I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, I feel deeply hurt. This kind of terrorization of our students, our children, must stop. That's why I call this a slap on the face of this nation. We cannot just allow this kind of situation to continue like that.
We must emphasize the issues of religion and ethnicity while dealing with matters of insecurity. If we do not do that, the tendency is that we are falling into the trap of enemies of this country. And we know ourselves, and we know what is going on. I therefore charge every Nigerian to come together, bond together, and make sure that we move side by side in facing and confronting all of these challenges facing this country.
This administration is making a lot of investment in the security sector. I believe that with a lot of money, funds, and resources going into our armed forces, we should be asking for better outcomes. We should be looking at time frames. It shouldn't be an endless war against the insurgents. Can we really afford to fund our armed forces and other security agencies better, given the fact that we now have more revenues than before, and insist on value for money?
The military don't seem to appreciate the effort of Mr. President every day. He cannot go and fight on his own. Last week, a brigadier general was murdered in ambush and murdered in Borno. That brigade commander, Mr. President, we have to ask the military and the security agents a question. Can we ever win this war? Can we? Or can they? We have the support, we give them the support they need. Let us ask them whether they can win this war. They were kidnapped or thereabouts. They didn't vanish to the thin air when they were taken away. They were taken away, they're still on the ground, being moved about. So I believe that the security agencies should deploy technology. Even from far places, you can locate these children where they are.
The capture in our prayer that we want additional 100,000 men and women to be recruited and trained and equipped and well kitted in the Nigerian army to be able to cover the increasing number of population and the fact that we now have more schools that we used to have in 1960, in 1970, in 1980. Every year, our population is growing at 3%, and therefore our armed forces numbers should increase in addition to the deployment of appropriate tracking technology.
It took the parliament like ours to come up and tell this government whether we can appease these terrorists or that we can go after these terrorists. lives have been lost. Imagine if any one of us has a daughter now in captivity in Kebbi. Will you be sleeping? Is it possible for you to survive when your own daughter is taken? And because these daughters are not ours, we begin to be political and lackadaisical in meeting the expectations of our people. Protect our people, to protect our children. That is the primary responsibility of government, the protection of lives and property. The Senate must wade into this matter very effectively and very determined to make a difference. We trust on the leadership of this nation. We trust on the leadership of this Senate that we are going to make a difference, and that this war and this insecurity that has plagued this nation for over a decade shall come to an end under this administration.
We sympathize with the agony. We sympathize with the families for the agony they are passing through. We sympathize with those are young children that are probably in very uncomfortable situation right now, wherever they are taken to. And we urge the, not just relevant committees this time, we urge the armed forces across board, including individuals who may have information, to assist to do everything to bring those children back to rejoin their families and to continue their education. We're in sympathy with them because they have been traumatized. And may we now rise to observe a 1 minute silence in honor of the vice principal, the heroic vice principal, who in the attempt to stop any harm coming upon those children was dastardly killed, as the Senate has already condemned such.
You're welcome back to Breakfast Central. As Jules and I said earlier when we opened the
we shall overcome. One day, we go overcome. But let's go to, before we get into the integrity of
today,
things.
we have quite a...
Shut up. Let me take you, let's go back. Let's go back to our early years. Maybe there's something to learn. Then we can come back to today.
The United Nations, the organization.
Let's listen to our brothers from Ghana. They might have something to tell us.
And it was basically those who were in the service of the colonial system, who were the middlemen mediating between the colonial masters and the rest of the country. They resisted change. They resisted change. And they continue to constitute a quicksand underneath the new regime. And the sad aspect of it was that Nkrumah and the CPP, they did not enjoy what we call loyal opposition. The opposition right from the beginning will not accept losing elections. Nkrumah beat them in 51, beat them in 54, beat them in 56, beat them in 1960, and all that, but still they will not accept and be loyal opposition. Be loyal. It's the Ghana that we are thinking about. But they saw Nkrumah as an enemy. How to die? We win. You cannot coexist. He did everything, stretched forth his hands, everything, but they threw bombs at him and all that, undermining him. So it's not that they didn't try, they tried. If you look at Dankwa, Nkrumah gave him a position within the Ghana Academy of Sciences and Arts and all that, and he took it. They were friendly. He and Buzia, They were friendly. They all come from the same area in the Wenchi area. That's where Nkrumah's mother is from. So they knew each other, but yet still, they wouldn't accept defeat. And that has affected us to this day. So they had taken on the mantle of being the Democrats, but Democrats who will not accept defeat. So, because I don't want to hear about the word democracy at all and Democrats, because of the experience that I had with them.
Now, let's stop there for a minute, because exactly what this man just described is the situation that we are getting into. I'm gonna tell you now before that time come, because as if people like Nat never still get the memo. Why? You never see get the memo, you never see time, you never see understand the times that we are in, not just us, but the human race in general. You are still busy fighting for power. What this professor from Ghana just described is what we are going into next, right? A couple of months ago, I talked about how Goodluck Jonathan is a foundation, had a democracy dialogue. They took it to Ghana. The same day when the presidency left a sanction on Fubara in Rivers State, which is pretty much the mother of democracy, the Obis, the Goodluck Jonathan, and the rest of them, a minute before I connect my. So they talked about the death of democracy. And they always talk and here, they always ask questions. Going forward, what is the future of Nigeria? What is it going to be like? Islamic State, economy, whatever. I've been saying all that for a minute now. Now, at that gathering in Ghana, no prominent politician from the north was present. Only Machikuka, no counts. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make here is, from next election, which is 2027, we are going to experience exactly what this man described. The oppositions are not going to accept the results of 2027, regardless of how it comes out. And they are going to come in this framework of democracy, that the election was rigged, the election was that, and all kind of shit. And they will be right? But it's not different from what has been happening. But the only difference here now is this opposition will not accept it, and that will lead to what? The breakdown of law and order. In the sense that everybody will do it in like. When I mean everybody, quote unquote, those who have the power, the money to just do whatever the fuck they want. And that, if anything no happen, like if the state is not disrupted, those kind of activities will they continue till we get to 2031. So that's what this man does describe, when the opposition, who claim to be Democrats, refuse to accept the results that the democratic process to which they fully participated bring upon us. But we will continue. So now you and your evil politician never get the memo. No big name. no big name. At the far ahead of you and your demonic and evil politicians. When I talk, you never see get the memo. You see the focus on personalities, what they are doing and what they are doing wrong. We don't pass that stage, so you don't get the memo.
I saw it. I experienced it. The mayhem, the bombs, the death, the killings, and all that. The terrorism started from that period, and one had to react. And if you react to, then they throw a lot of things against you, against human rights, you're against this, you're this, and all. It was not easy. It was not easy at all. It was not easy. And the young pioneer had to be killed. So when Nkrumah was overthrown in 1966, the first attack was to ban the Farmers' Council, the Young Pioneer Movement, the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute, the National Council of Women, and all these important organs of the CPP were disbanded. And that is how it is. And it was a watershed, and the country has not recovered from that.
Yes, Senior. So since you spoke about the violence of the opposition, would you say Kwame Nkrumah's decision to make Ghana a one-party state was justified?
Now, pay attention and listen carefully to this answer, because now, according to Blessed, we're already there. I totally agree with you, but just that people like they're not, they never see them. So when you see you're already there, I agree with you, and that speaks to this next question that this man is about to answer, which is the cry of one-party system, right? If you pay around now, Nigeria, everybody cry. Tinubu is turning the country to one-party system. Nigeria, of course, nobody saying a new thing, right? But listen to exactly this man answer to that question. Yeah, you understand the type that we are in. So we are already there. APC claim to be democratic and they can't be loyal to the process. Good, agree with you. Show me your friend and I can tell you you're talking about my chairman. Our leader be that. Leader will be say when we get start, he no go wrong, he no go, they no go give him visa herself. He go deal with us. That's why I thought you never understand the times we are in. Okay, there's a reason we dey select our leader. So that when the begin start, Okwabulo no feel wrong. He no go anywhere. If you want to go out in a village, go. So all of us there, right? Obaseki, we just finish government. He say he no do anything. No, now they see him from one city or London to another. Again, you never see understand the times that we are in. Don't worry. Until he go hit you for face, boy. Then you get it. So APC is progressive. That's a good argument. Yeah, EJB will always be in the good book of Nigeria and so-called democracy. Yeah. Now, because people will understand what Goodluck Jonathan represents and what happened to him. Not be even now, Seth. Maybe in our children, and then go actually when they begin to dip into history, then they go understand where we are. Is PDP the Democrat? No. The OB. I think that's the obedience are going to. I think that they will run their next campaign on democracy. Democracy is dead. Democracy is that. Democracy is this. Let's rescue democracy. I think that's what the obedience movement is going to run on. As far as the way things they go. So, and but when from the next election, now the whole party, the whole so-called opposition, and then go one disagree with the election, and they'll be on the same energy. The same energy. If you agree we are already there, why are you supporting them? Well, again, you are still not listening. Nat, you are not listening. You are not getting you are still not getting the point until you listen, right? Then you go before you feel understand. But once you are listening to argue, you will never understand the times that we are in. I don't even give you a layman idea, a layman clue that you should actually hang on. I say it begin start today. My oga here, so na Tinubu na it is that they support. My oga na my village champion. Tinubu don't hold. Tinubu no need my support at this point. I no support her when he did be president. So now my support will make him continue. He doesn't need my support. Forever is too old. That's why I say you are still not getting the memo. You are not getting the memo. You will get it when the action don't start. Anyway, as I said, this guy asked question about one-party system. Just listen to the answer. Very interesting. This is Ghana in the 60s.
You spoke about the violence of the opposition. Would you say Kwame Nkrumah's decision to make Ghana a one-party state was justified?
Well, It's a period. It's a period. And then, the whole issue of opposition, the whole issue of democracy, the whole issue it's seeds of antagonism. That is not us as Africans. It is European. It is the white man's way. They see their world evil and bad, God and the devil. You see, it's dualistic. But ours is holistic. It's not dualistic. It's holistic. We are all part and parcel. There will be differences, but we have to deal. We have to deal with it. So it got to a point that it's something that we had negotiated and then inherited, to be like the British, to be like the Americans, to be like the Europeans in terms of statecraft and the organization and management of the state and the society that you live in. And it got to a point, I think, when they will be thinking, how well is it doing for us, the polarization of society? How can we continue with this country to be polarized? And that is affecting our growth and development. So I think that was something that stirred them up to see that, okay, let's have a one party. Everybody belongs to one party so that we eliminate this antagonism, that dividing homes and all that, the workplace and everything. That is also affecting that sense of loyalty to the state or to the running of the country. And so it emerged. It emerged, and they thought that they had to practice that also, because they have practiced this from the time the British came and all that, through the legislative councils and all that. And before we got to independence and we started, and we saw the problems, the antagonism, the polarization of society. And you can't, to organize society or develop a nation along those lines. You can't. And I think that was what drove them to think about the one-party system, and then they went ahead with it in 1964, the one-party state. And but before the declaration of the one-party state, all the signs were there to undermine the Nkrumah. Nkrumah should not succeed. For the British, the Americans,
Now, let's focus on the first point he made, the reason why the Nkrumah government find the need to have a one-party state rather than, these many parties and all that. And it goes back to those, because we modeled our democracy and system of government after America, right? It goes back to the founders of the Americas too. One of the strong arguments against democracies as it is now is that it's a very easy avenue to an individual or a corporation or group of individuals to hijack the process in the name of majority. So me and Paolo there now, if we just gang up, take over APC and just take over government and win the election. I make a common names. Just like Tinubu and his friends gang up, form APC and win. Now they are ruling. They came to power with the rules of majority democracy, but they are governing with that their own narrow ambition. So Again, that was the arguments against democracy during the American debate. So what this man was trying to tell us that even when Kwame Nkrumah took over power, when they were given independence in the 60s, he understands that logic, that in order for him to actually succeed, not just implementing his idea or the will of the people, the majority, there's a need for everybody to be in sync. Yes, we are bound to have disagreement. That's not normal. And that will bring the disagreements and the debates will only bring a stronger unity, but within us. But if we are fractioned under the name of parties and all that, elements and outside that are not, that will not support the way we want to go as a people, we use that avenue to undermine the system. And that's exactly what happened to him. And if you pay attention to Nigeria today, deep down, especially the older guys, they are actually making that argument, but it's just silent. It's over the noise, like people at the night they make everywhere, overshadow them. In order for us to actually give the outside enemy a run for his or our money, we need to have a secret, which is the conversation we had on Dr. Dameji about 2 weeks ago when CMD we are talking about why we don't get secrets. We don't have secret because there's division, not just across the party ethnic line or religious line, even across party line. Right? Again, that's why I said the Obis and the Good Lord Jonathan carry democracy dialogue conversation, carry and go Ghana, at a time when the sitting president literally destroy what democracy stands for when it comes to rivers, taking out a democratically elected person, mandate of the people, take him out for his own selfish interest. So they took the conversation. So you can see that even for them to come to that dialogue within themselves, I'm talking about the elites, they are finding it difficult to make that happen. That's what is happening. And again, I said it when Wike stood, when that young naval officer stood against Wike, they go back and forth. I say, this is not about these two individuals. It's more about the institution they represent. There is a fraction. I went ahead to try to use the Egyptian revolution as an example when the military decided to say, you know what, we are losing grip of power too, thanks to these corrupt elites and business people. So we have to take a side. So we are seeing it. These are the signs. I say, let's pay attention. They are very easy because, again, when ADC came to our consciousness, I said, this is not just about Tinubu, but it's about Obi. Because, and people know understand, say, hold on. As soon as Obi no agree to join them, then all guns, every other political bomb will be aimed at him just to take him out. Because Obi, yes, now one of them, but he don't buy markets where they say he no get choice. He cannot disassociate himself 100% from the elite, but at the same time, he cannot disassociate them from the young people who they know the only thing they want is a new system. It's a new way of going forward. So already, even the old guard, they seen it. They know that there's nothing at this point we can do to get these people on our side. But in where common sense they work, if to say now one party system, then they could sit them among themselves and carry out revolution, either redistribute their wealth, redistribute whatever. But even them, they don't get that correlation thanks to multiple party system. So it's creeping on us. So we are getting to a stage whereby it is not just individuals that are not agreeing with themselves, the institution themselves are not going to agree. That's because now various interests they control the various institutions. The money bags are controlling the social media, the way we talk, the media. That's where the business guys are controlling. The old guys, the military old guys, are still very much in charge of the coercion power, power of force. They still control the uniform, the guns in their hand. The political godfathers are pretty much, they control some of the institutions, especially the judiciaries. I don't need to talk on too much before you know that who and who control the judiciary in Nigeria. So you can see the agreement is coming. The disagreement is becoming louder. It's not just because this person in Hausa, if you agree with Igbo man, or this person in Yoruba, if you agree with Igbo man. No, it's gradually, it don't pass that stage. Now, what they try and make and not understand, you don't know the time will be there. They have gone to a situation whereby the institution are disagreeing in themselves. And if they know if you manage and a civil war will break out. Because one group must lose power, whether they like it or not. And another good sign is the 2023 election. If I ask how many people contest for presidency, nobody will feel remember because there are more than 20 people. Because those people, they feel that they have come of age. And that to protect their stolen wealth, their integrity, or they make their wealth. So there's so much things going on in Nigeria that is beyond not telling me. No, it all past me and you. So we are going to institutional war. So something has to give. Anyway, let's continue to listen to the people that actually experience it physically.
Israelis, the Australians, the Canadians, the Germans, the French. Ghana was a bad example. And everything had to be done to make sure that Ghana under Nkrumah will not succeed. And the men.
Now, what do you mean by Ghana was a bad example? Because if Ghana succeed building their infrastructure, getting stable, building everybody doing good under one party system, the next thing, other neighboring states go on do them. It is normal. When you see somebody succeeding, you want to emulate that person. So that is what he means by saying Ghana to the West is not a good example. That is the story of Vietnam. That is the story of Cuba. So the same thing, the recent one currently going on is China, right? Everybody wants to be like the Chinese. Why? Because they are doing well. And the Americans say, hell no, hell the fuck no. We have to destroy this thing. If we don't destroy it, we are finished. That's how the world works. That's how the world works. Those people, they thought they want to use your resources to know. Anyway.
Listen. To do that. And the turning point was in the Congo. The turning point was in the Congo. When under Ghana's again pushing, that the Congo rebellion there had to be stopped. And through the United Nations, they organized a UN force to go intervene there, and other African countries and others had to contribute troops. And Ghana contributed a large contingent of soldiers and the police force and administrators to go and help. And it was there that the contingent were corrupted. Nkrumah, at that time,
Let's pause for a minute. At the same time, Nigerian soldiers too were also sent to the same Congo. If you go back to our independence in the 60s, right? And as soon as those guys begin come back, now we begin get coup, assassination, regime change, and all what have you. So this is not even a conspiracy theory no more. Those way they listen to Najama won't beat me. So maybe I go listen to General Isiama, whatever you call that man. And I tell you, the only reason why I know they enjoy reading their book is because they actually caught the real things, that the real force that push those children. Because as far as I'm concerned, those guys are children. The guys these military guys that took over from that came in through coup and all that. Them Yakubu Gowon, Ironsi, these guys are in their late 20s and early 30s. They don't know anything. They don't know anything. So as soon as now Congo, therefore brainwash them. Now Congo they for brainwash them and come back. So most people know most of our historians know they agree talk about that aspect, and that's at the core of our problem even up to today. You know, those guys don't know anything about diplomacy, leadership, and all that. Yes, they are trained military guys and all that, but no. But at that point, the world has already advanced to even up much of the way it is now. So now that Congo mission, where then go? Now their life never remained the same again. That's what the man is trying to say.
The Chief of Defense Staff was a British, Major General Alexander, and he led the contingent, and his loyalty was misplaced. He was more loyal to the Americans, the Belgians, and all that. And the Ghanaian officers that were working with him also, they were loyal to him more than to the head of state or the commander-in-chief, and they corrupted them. And there were some businessmen, American businessmen, Templesman, and the CIA officer, station officer, Devlin, and all these people were there. And they were working, using the UN as a cover to undermine the Lumumba regime. And the Ghanaian officers got involved, and it was there that they got hold of them. And then after Lumumba was killed on January 17, 1961.
Now, does you know, this man, if made the man just come out the names when in the name and the date, you would think he's telling Nigerian story of today. Come on, the Lumumba's name, come on, the 60s, just you see as if it's Nigerian story, not the man they talk. Today, our sellouts, the people that are being compromised are no longer military men, because no, we then they reign now, and now our intelligentsia class, our intellectuals. They compromise them when they go to Harvard, Yale, London School of Economics, Stanford, MIT. Yeah, you just name them. Then I then fool our school too, our institution. So that's why when they are coming to power, they see them. I mean, when they defend their theories and democracies or whatever, you think as if, you know, I mean, the chairman of PDP went ahead to say midterm concept democracy, right? So it's no longer uniform men now who have been, you know, cajoled to come and serve for one African country by them and, you know, compromise them and all that. No, it is no longer our churches, you know, all our religious leaders, our our obas and emirs, you know, all of them. And then even me and you that live in America, you know. Okay, the only reason I listen to you is that you know how the world works. Aside that, I don't like the fact you support Monday. But I understand why you do. Not everyone will understand why you support. They will come. You know, say it will take time, you know, understand? It will take time. That's what I come to realize, that our people, all of us are so much far gone, you know, with the rhetoric we see on TV and internet, that as some things, you have to stay on it for a minute. It will take time for them to get the picture, right? It reminds me of what is this our elderly man that comes to Dr. Damage's shows? The guy now, old guy, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, when we first started Dr. Damage, after the hit of a 2023 campaign, so I was campaigning for Konkoso. So Konkoso is always behind me. Anytime I go Dr. Damage, the man said, the thing paid out so he's like, oh, go put picture of the Biafra flag behind his home too, behind the wall. So we always go back and forth. It was after all said and done, after the election, the man came out publicly. That's why I see they respect the man up today. He said, all of you here are wrong. Now only Obi, now only this guy on our politics. Indeed, on our politics. Now only you understand what did they go. So so it took him about 2 years, and with practical example, practical evidence for you to. So that's what I come to understand about, especially we in diasporas, we educated people that claim to know too much. We are so far gone that some things you will need to did it in your face for you to actually get out. So that was that. So Blessing, I appreciate you. I know you. So you don't follow me for a minute now. So I get where you are coming from too. So leave my governor. My governor a soldier. If begin happen now, he no go wrong go America. He no go wrong go London. He go wrong go village. So all of us for village will be safe because soldiers go follow him, go guide them. See him? If that alone is enough. Because in mama, in grandmother, in all in uncles and nephews and nieces, they all in Benin and the villages. So now our own we vote for. Every other thing no matter. The opinion of 10,000 men is a no value. None of them know this the subject of the issue. Okay, that one are you and so let's continue. So
it became obvious later on, information, Nkrumah intelligence and all that Ghanaians were involved. So Ankara and others, O2 and others were kicked out of the army, and they were used. They were those that were used by the CIA and the British intelligence and the Canadians and the French and the Belgians and the Israelis and the Germans to undermine the Nkrumah regime and then kicked Nkrumah out. So by 1964, it was not the one-party state that triggered the overthrow of Nkrumah. No. The overthrow of Nkrumah had started way back, as far back as 1958.
Wow.
With the holding of the All African People's Conference at the Accra Community Center, which brought all the liberation movements and all to Ghana, Lumumba, and all these people to Ghana at that time, Accra. And it changed people. They went back to go and fight and drive away the colonialists from Africa. And there, that they said that, no, this has to be stopped. So if you look at the forces that were against Nkrumah and you weigh it against what he was able to achieve, it's incredible. It's incredible. It is really, really incredible. 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 He was doing everything almost by himself. He was sleeping less than 4 hours a day, always working and reading and writing and directing things. And he was lucky from the beginning. He had people like George Padmore with him, but George Padmore died in 1959. And that was horrible. It affected Nkrumah tremendously. So he had to be doing what George Padmore was doing. And so we have to have a sense of this history. Very, very important. And it is our history. And we have to have a sense of it. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where the attack on Nkrumah continues. The attack on Nkrumah continues. Because how is it possible that in a country like Ghana, you have someone graduating with a first-class degree in political science from any of our universities, Legon or Tech or Cape Coast, and they would not have been prescribed any book of Nkrumah as a course of study or as a text of study. And this can happen in Ghana. And to top it all, history as an independent subject, even was removed out of the national curriculum. So these are some of the things that have happened, and it's real. It's real. And you've had vice chancellors who claim to be leftist, Marxists, Nkrumahs, everything. And you have vice chancellors, heads of departments, and all this. And this happens, a sense of self-censorship of Nkrumah. Nkrumah has become a boogie. The irony of it all is this. I remember Nkrumah used to complain in the 50s that, look, against the British, that you have censored and banned this country, the Gold Coast, books by Lenin, by Marx, and all that, and Engels and all that. They are not circulated here. And even books by George Padmore were banned. Books by George Padmore were banned, and Nkrumah complained. But when you go to London, you go to Washington, you go to Paris, you go to the libraries and all that, all these books are available for the student, but us, you don't. Then it has happened to Nkrumah. It has happened to him. What he was complaining has happened to him, that we, so-called leftists, so-called social democrats, whatever we call ourselves, property owning capitalists or whatever it is, and we deny ourselves of the scholarship and praxis of Nkrumah. No, that is very disturbing. And that is the impact. That denial has affected us. Because if you don't know your history, where are you going? And that's the confusion that we are in. We have not, as a nation, been allowed to have the benefit of the scholarship of Nkrumah. Very rare do you have heads of state, heads of government, writing as much as Nkrumah did. You may think of Lenin. Apart from Lenin, who else can I think of? Kennedy, what did he write? Churchill, what did he write? Reagan, what did he write? All of them. None of them come anywhere close. Those in Europe, Mao wrote, and Lenin did. But apart from these three, none comes anywhere close. And you have such a major intellectual asset who was not only intellectual, but was a practitioner. Rare, it's very rare to have someone who has that combination, who is a liberator and as well as a nation builder. Very rare. Very rare. Very, very rare. But we were lucky to have this combined in the personality of one person, Nkrumah. But what is important is that Nkrumah prepared himself. That is what is important. He took the African seriously. Very, very seriously. So, in order to rule and work in the interests of the African, he prepared himself. He studied and also worked hard. And most importantly, he was part of organizations and movements wherever he was in the US and UK, and was in confraternity with the leading minds of the period, organizers of the period. So from them he learned. I recall very well my own mentor, who brought me up politically. He's called C.L.R. James. And C.L.R. James was the one who taught Nkrumah the art of political and underground organization in the US. And C.L.R. James told me personally that what endeared Nkrumah to him was that when he first met Nkrumah, and he asked him, "What is your purpose?" What Nkrumah told him was that I've come to prepare myself to go back and kick out the British from West Africa. And he said, I looked at this young man. I said, where did that come from? That is something that they all the part of the Pan-African movement they've been working for. And here is this man. And he said, I'm going to help you. So Nkrumah knew what he was about, and he prepared himself. Intellectually, he prepared himself. And that is what he represents to us and everyone who aspires to lead Ghana. Even to be an MP, you have to prepare yourself. You have to be humble and prepare yourself. That intellectual preparation, be very, very, very clear. And that is what Nkrumah did. So not only did he prepare himself intellectually, he came and organized from below and became a leader of government business, before becoming prime minister, becoming president and all that. So, and he won elections also. He won his constituency.
See, now the point I dey always try and make for the Showore warriors. You know, and then all almost not just Showore self, all our leaders. If you any of them that actually want to bring change, you have to. There's a work there. There's a reason they call it organizing, not mobilizing. You just have to go down to where the soldiers, the warriors are. Those people are deliberately left out of the system for a reason, so that they no go fit bring competition. It is not just Nkrumah that understand that. If you go down to Muhammad Gandhi's history, that's what Muhammad Gandhi did. Gandhi, as a lawyer, he had to go back to the village and started to teach, to start organizing, because it is you cannot do it. The process of organizing, you will build like minds, you will meet like minds. So by the time you started to connect the like mind, those people way down there on ground, they get small group. That's how it has to be done. You begin to empower them. You begin to, enrich them with so much information on how to go, but the most importantly, what the goal is about. Yeah, Pishore will just come, capture people with already small people begin shout, form protest every day. They say he's trying to bring change. He knows where the work lies. Now this is the period now where they will begin to organize, they will begin insult people, they will begin bribe people. Right? The same thing will be Tinubu just go the hybrid route. He just decide to go capture the end of this organizers and people who have the ability to organize locally. He just made them furnish their account, and that's it. So it's all of us they shout change, but nobody really will actually get involved with what will bring the change, because at the end of the day, we might not even see him.
So if you cannot even manage a constituency, how do you intend to be president? If you want to be president, then you have to be able to win a constituency, at least a constituency. So things that have gone into people's mind and have made the essence of leadership and the essence of a service to the nation become very common and a mediocre objective. That is not us. That is not the heritage. Our heritage is that of preparedness and readiness, taking the population seriously, because you are dealing with the lives of people. So you have to prepare yourself very well. And that is what Nkrumah means to us. And anyone who has fallen short of that sense of preparation has failed Ghana. And that is the truth. And that is the truth. And that is the truth. So you have to be asking a lot of questions, your generation about my generation. You have to be.
You see, now only one question they ask the guy, right? About one party system. You see, as the guy take time, break it down. Because everything where they happen right now, what would they see for our TV, our screen, everything? It not just they start. Now, deliberate planning from most of them, they never born us. Now they don't put most of these things in motion. And just because they see the fireworks now, they say, oh, and that's why if you did on this platform, they will ask you one question, they will expect you to just give you the answer like that. And that is because most of them are headline warriors. They see headline, they just conclude. No, everything gets, there's a building blocks to every event that you are happening to. Every revolution started with evolution. It has to evolve. It has to evolve. That is evolution before it becomes a revolution. So when they ask person question for a place like Dr. Dameji, they go say, get to the point, get to the point. What the fuck do you mean get to the point? The thing they always vex me, and most of them are because they get TikTok attention. They just listen to a 5-minute clip, listen to one small thing, read one 5-minute paragraph, they say, oh, that is it. No. So there's everything. There's a face, there's a reading to pretty much everything that you see is happening. All right. America all overnight, they don't just stand up overnight because of Trump, begin destroy the world order. No. when they actually bring the last world order, I should say, to bear in the 40s after they win the Second World War. From that moment, they begin plan for the next phase, 80 years on, which is now. So some people don't say, oh, the Americans are making mistakes. No, now you know what they go on. And you don't know what they go on. Yeah, you will not go know because you think everything that is happening, it just started to happen. No, all these politicians, at best, they are messengers. Trump don't sign over 500 executive order. No, one line or one sentence, or not even one word of those executive order that he authored, that he contributed. He has no idea what he's even signing. These are things that have been prepared over decades. And people go to shout. People like Tunanja go to shout. They listen to Kadizoe. Some people, man, that's this last weekend on Dr. Dameji show. Actually, it kills me. I weak. Like grown men, people go, they argue in front of world audience that content creators, podcasters are more influential than the men that are responsible for how the world works. That me, the thing just, I was like, I just tired. I mean, how the fuck did you even come to that thing? Like, don't even comprehend that thing for your head. How? If there's any singular human being today that is important to our existence as we speak today or going forward, is Elon Musk. Like the whole, as in the planet Earth, where we human are occupying today, there's one single individual that is important to this civilization that we are at this junction, is that man Elon Musk. People are carried away about Tesla, about Twitter. Nah, those are nothing. those are technology where don't they exist before. before he was born. Electric cars has been in circulation, I would even say, in early 1800s. So it's not new. Social media is just evolution of radio, television. What does it? So it's not new. Where Elon Musk comes into play is Neuralink, where you compare you compute human and machine together, called the age of singularity, because this civilization that we are experiencing today, where it's eventually heading is that everything will be connected to one stream. Everything with the whole planet Earth, they will be controlled from one source. So that's what you are seeing. So that is the part where he comes to play. There's a reason why media don't talk about it, but they talk about how stupid he is. No. There's a reason why. And they are not that even they are close in mentioning men and women. No, the experiment is pretty much already from, they don't go beyond phase 1 or phase 2 of merging human and machine together. That's where he comes to play. Then when people will come, they say Tucker Carlson, where they say now only Republicans know that has more influence. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They are screaming on top of their voice. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? How? So at that point, I just say, okay. I think we're there on different level in terms of, this whole, some will say metric that we are living in today. They pay attention to that. And then I understand what we are talking about, the book, Manufacturing Concept by Anand and Chomsky. Then the 1984 and the Brave New World. That's now only you just see things they happen before your own very eye, but you go just in a joke. But we don't even pass that stage. We've gone to a stage whereby soon go fit differentiate what is real and what is fake. Even as I talk to you, you're not going to be and me or people with the list. So we are getting to that stage where because by the time they get rid of this phone, by the time they get rid of the physical phone as we have, because in 10 years, make I not even over exaggerate, this shit will not go exist as it is now. You maybe have something you just speak to, whatever that you want, right? I want to hear news today from Arise or from Honor Politics. The thing will just appear. But at that point, you go know boy and visual augmentation or na me they actually feed you with all those shit. So that's anyway. Let me come back home.
Asking a lot of questions about my generation. Why is it so? Why are we surrounded by so much filth? Why is it that the road from Accra to Kumasi, it takes you about 6 hours? Does it make sense? Why? You have to be asking questions. No railway.
I've driven, well, no, not drive. I've gone on that road. I enter Ghana bus, red bus from Kumasi. It's exactly about 6 hours, but it's supposed to take maybe like 1 hour, 30 minutes drive on a good day.
Line to cart goods, and you find all these long vehicles struggling on our hills and valleys to get to Burkina Faso. You build the roads and they mess it up. You have the lake that Nkrumah created for us. We can use it. What is wrong? You have to be asking a lot of questions. You have to be asking a lot of questions.
And that is the question the Gen Z are asking. And you might not like the way they are asking their question, either by insults, by arrogance, by out of their ignorance. But you cannot ignore the fact that they cannot just make sense of what they are physically seeing and what should be. It's very obvious to the blind now, and people like them not know this here. It's very obvious. So that is the anger you see with people like them solely. You see from the side of Yerima, you see with the answer. So not just start today. That is the question they are asking. They're just tired of actually being lied to from the media, from the content creator, from the news agent, from everything, from even their parents, right? From the churches, from the everywhere they're tired. So they are resort to nothing else than what they feel that is going to work. Create physical attention. All right, we are getting to a point by they will be very disobedient, not disobedient by breaking things. They're not going to just send, they're not going to just listen to any you government. You can't just do nothing, right? That's where we are headed. So that question is being asked currently, but it's just in a different from. Yes, that's I always talk say for the most powerful word in English language is ask. Can never go wrong. Just as some people are just too arrogant just to ask. So we are interesting time. Back in the 60s, as I've always said, in terms of the Nigerian concept. But the global world, we are back in the 1800s. Anyway, let's listen to it. Because as I said, if you just take out the names out of this man conversation, carry Ghana come out, carry the date 60s, carry Nkrumah names and all that, you think he's talking about today Nigeria or today Ghana, today pretty much everywhere. Nigeria, the continent hasn't moved an inch from where it was in the 60s.
Particularly from my generation, that benefited from the largest of the Nkrumah generation. You have to ask these questions. They prepared us and sent us to the best universities in the world. Name it. In the Soviet Union, in Romania, Yugoslavia, Hungary, the US, UK, France, Germany, they gave us scholarships. And we went and studied and saw how societies have been built. If you were at Temple University, like Professor Butcher was, the longest finance minister, serving finance minister, if you were in Oxford, that Chachu Chikate and others went, or if you were at Sanders, what Kojo Chikate and other army officers went and all that, and going to lectures and all that, you did not traverse stinking gutters and bad roads and all that. You had a sense of quality life and quality organization of society. So you have a mental vision of that. Then
now the same generations now in the talk when it comes to Nigeria, the same generation that benefited from what Zik, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, because those are the same generation with Nkrumah. So the struggle and whatever those guys were able to achieve, the next generation who took power from them, then the next came, took the power violently. Now the same school where this man just mentioned, nine days our military guys go to. Yakubu Gowon was at Sanders. So the fact that they enjoy the best of everything pretty much at the highest level. Today, me and you know if you afford Harvard. Me and you know if you afford Yale. Me and you cannot afford this. These are the schools they went to, either free of charge or based on Nigerian people's tax money. They had the best of everything. They were living large while they are in school. Nobody said that they go school, they work. They had the best of everything that you can afford. Now they are in power, but you were not able to translate or maintain even what they were given. That's just, let's even start from there. Just maintain the standards that you enjoy. Yeah, and then no tells may we start to may Nigerians start to drive cars, go school. That's not the point now. Just maintain that basic standards. They couldn't. Right? Generation that came before them, the obese, then the Showores, then my generation. We just fall in line. Right? We are falling in line. We are not asking questions. Now the Gen Zs who are coming and I say, come, what's going on? I can't respect you. Why should I respect you? For you to be even demanding for respect means that you have failed. Why should I respect you? When the country that we're giving to you people, you guys make mess of it. Nothing for me. When I wake up, I think, how do I survive? And you're teaching how to respect you now, how good they think.
We seized power by force of arms on 31st December 1981.
What did they teach them in Sundays? How to overthrow government. They teach them how to overthrow government, how to seize power and keep it. Or that's it. How to come and build a real estate, send their children back there, not to come and replicate it. And at the same thing, let's forget this their generation. Even us, the younger generation currently, we are doing the same thing. Everything where they learn from there, waiting they call them. Nobody either use that they call them oppressed people, our neighbor, our village people, our family members, or the country at large, depends on where you find yourself. That's what we do. We are not coming to say, come, the streets where they live for London. Make I replicate that for my village. Make my village be like that street. Now only that one. Not like we don't think like that. Right? So now the same, we never get generation where now already Gen Zs now, right? Who thank God for our as they misbehave. The life is the only safe heaven that is available to them, which is to leave the country. We that are already here are making it very difficult for them to follow that route. So for me, that's a good thing, right? Because they will have no choice than to turn, which is what is happening. They are rebellious now. They are just looking for the people who get more money and get more education to come and organize them and finance the whole process. And candidates don't plenty now. Just that we never just trust the candidates because the candidates are coming from them too. But chance have been given to be an example. So they were taught how to come and overthrow government, how to come and dress nice, look nice, wear the best designers, drive the nice car. Only them, they'll be examples, and go on vacations, just go build your house, make it nice. The road that lead to the house, no matter, they can buy. So that's how they do. Now, what is they teach them with that? Then if they die, they're going to wonder, they're going to go die for them. Let's go back to the
throwing a democratically elected government. And since 82, January 82, my generation has held power, as represented then at that time by the Chiketes, the PV Obins, the Rollins, the Butches, the Abbes, and all of them. That was my generation. We held on to power. And look at the country. Look at the country. Choco, West, Jamestown, Adabraka. Look at Adabraka, the state of Adabraka, official town and all that. I feel ashamed. Why? What happened? You have to be asking us questions. Your generation has to be having, you have made it so easy for us. The Nkrumah generation, they were asking questions as to the state of the Gold Coast. No schools, no hospitals, no this, very, very little. And they were asking questions of the colonial mindset, the British at that time, they said, no, we have to organize, mobilize, and kick them out. The time has come for you to do the same thing, because my generation, we are behaving, even not worse, like the British.
You see how? So you see why people like Okpaolo, they hate him, because it's not British enough. So they are trying to destroy him because people like me, Igbo smokers, will begin get ambition to want to be governor one day. Nah, that's not acceptable. You have to be British, you have to be American, you know. You have to speak that Queen English. You have to belong to that certain cadre. And if you don't fit in that category, they will use all their instruments. That's why the people like Dr. Abati go, they come. Who pretty much belongs to the next group of people. They say the young man knows how to speak English. You know that what? It is not British enough. But people couldn't see that. People like the Nats could not see the point. You know? So the same thing, not the same thing, these same people. So the school where they go free, don't brainwash them. Talking of blessed, wait till they learn for them. They learn to come and take power and make sure they design the system to only accommodate people like them. Right? If you just look at all our senators, once they don't get into that place like this, the next thing, they have to go do small course for Harvard, go do 3 more courses for London. At a point, if they can't, all the short course we don't do for Harvard. So it becomes a pressure. So if you know feel affords to go that route, don't even think of coming into that position. Right? So people like Monday them, Tinubu them, we beat the system, either form result or cheat the system, I do whatever. They beat the system. Nobody saying that juju that they come. So instead of them to acknowledge that they are failures, they can, these people, we have failed our masters. With all this sophisticated way they tell us to be organizing the election. Now leader we won't choose. Person we go to speak for us, now we won't choose. Why do we have to go through party, through primaries, through this, through that, through this, that? Right? All this is just to make the ordinary man to say, oh, I can't. This thing is too enough. Then once in a while, they apply violence to say, oh, politics is dangerous. People, when they say politics is dangerous, these are educated folks. Not them, they're the system. So when people can't use their head, take form result, take cheat on their head, to do whatever, can't use them, rig themselves into position. Instead of them to sit down and say, "Come, we fuck up." No, they will talk that person, that is, go school. What does that mean? I live with my people. I know my people. So why do I have to even go to school somewhere else to be able to lead my people? People know they are. These are the questions we should be asking. Why do I have to go to school to lead I live with my people. Like all of us now the same. I don't feel nothing. I won't tell my neighbor where I go feel force some way to do that will go against the community. I cannot do that. But if I come from outside, they speak English. First of all, make the people feel little and useless first. But that is the whole point of media. They go first of all destroy. They make you feel little, right? Then you feel can they order them around. That's your point. Because if I want to govern, I don't need anything. Now my environment. Now all I need is my people and the environment. What is your point? How do we make this place conducive enough for us to live in? That is the question of leadership. I don't need stranger. Or I don't need to go learn for another place. No. It's to say we'll sit down as a community, say, come. This road, so we need to make it more accessible, more better. How would they do that is what leadership is about. But they don't go brainwash them, from all these institutions, colleges abroad, just for nothing. You go tell me for me to vote for person where me and him go reason together to fix road, I have to qualify. I have to go get registration card. I have to be like, why? How? Life is not that complicated. We are not animals. The point is dangerous. You understand? That's now why I tell you so. There's a reason they make it dangerous to scare majority, because people will just all these agents will come on air talk about voter appetite, voter appetite. Why is there voter appetite? Because we are all in the business of mobilizing instead of organizing, and that voter appetite is at the center of mobilizing. How do I mobilize a force or campaign or misinformation, disinformation, propaganda to make sure people don't come out and vote? And the easiest way to achieve that now through force, fear. Soludo will come and say, I won't buy votes. Then before you know, other agents will come out. We go die for you. Make I see you, they collect money for vote now. You go die. You go pay. You understand? Not the same person. Now they talk the two things. I just come out and say I go buy votes. I go pay thugs to go speak from the other time and say, make I see anybody want to come and go now. Immediately, one or two people go down the things say, man, I don't go come. I don't want to sit down now. So everything is being engineered. That's not there the fear they come. And they will go ahead to keep person, to keep people. That this is power, survival for them. Just to see an example. That's exactly what is happening to Maduro in Venezuela. They say the guy must go, and they are ready to take him out just to send message to the other, to anybody with the party shall come. This is what will happen to you if you fuck up. So the being dangerous, as politics being dangerous, that's where he's coming from. Because now we engineer the danger just to scare people away. Parents go, they warn their children, grown men, don't come outside though. Me, I don't see you, I don't feel cry you, I don't want you like you stay in this door, no come outside though. I don't want to make you go participate for that rally, no go down home. Like all these things were engineers, all this kidnapping way they see, all these things they didn't really happen. Now power and civilization struggle, ideological struggle from whatever, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't. That's why people where somebody say, I'm voting because of my interests, they condemn him because he has to vote according to your interests. People don't understand what they motivate people to do what they do. So as the opposition mobilize, so is the people in power. And the easiest way, as I said, because they get the military, they get the soldier. If they say they won't do an Anambra election and they are going to have 40,000 soldiers, military men, how many people will say maybe their children no come out? How many people no go come out because of that alone? So voter appetite goes hand in hand with mobilizing. There's a danger and beauty in it. It just depends on who's using it. That's why when I tell comrade, they follow me argue. Democracy is also by which word I use for that? Where is guided by? So as much as politics is all about persuasion, it is also all about creating fear in people. Either way, whatever that will work for you.
Yes. How? In 2024, how can my generation, 2024, organize a contract to give away our lithium to an Australian startup company for Almost nothing, less than 10%, and they're fighting 10 to 11%, and said, we should be happy to satisfy the foreigner. Is this not madness? What is the foreigner coming with? They say capital. Coming with what capital? Without the lithium deposit, how can the person raise capital? You have to ask questions. Without the deposit, how can the person raise capital? So you are giving your deposit for someone to go and raise capital, then come and tell you that it does not make sense. With all your education and everything, and living within the metropolis, within Paris, within UK, and all the experience that you've had, and some of you working at the World Bank and working at the stock exchange and all these things. So as a Ghanaian, you need some white people to come, and then you parcel out the land and you give that person that land to go and with it use it as a collateral to find money, then come back, and that he owns that. He owns that, but it is yours. Why couldn't you do it yourself? And then when you have people who try to do that to borrow money also, they have their companies like the Oforiatas, and then what is this guy's name? Dubois' son, Charles, and all these people, then they will earn interest over whatever. It's madness. It's madness. And you have to ask questions. You have to ask questions. You have to ask questions. Because my generation, we have betrayed and failed your generation. We have betrayed. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that in 2024, apart from the gold you've given away, the oil you've given away, the bauxite you've given away, the manganese you've given away, uranium even in the north, Boku area, Bolgatanga and all that, you are giving it away. Why? What is wrong? What is wrong? What is wrong with us and with my generation? So you have to ask him a lot of questions.
Well, let me ask you this, Senior. Looking at how far we have come and how low we have fallen since the promise of the Nkrumah era, will you say it is possible for Ghana to go back to the country Osagyefo was trying to build, where everybody had an opportunity and Ghana's wealth was to the benefit or for the benefit of the people?
Let's end this man's section with the question that he said we should be asking. You guys spoke a lot, about 2 hours, so it's very talk about many things. Now, oops. Let's ask questions. And today's question is PDP. I tell you, as a weekend, Iron Man. This is the question I have today. Tinubu postponed trip to G20 EU summit, issued directive to military. Now, this headline call to question. Not two in one, but he tried to make it one. Tinubu postponed trip to EU to summit to stand on his own. So they are trying to cover that up. They are trying to say the reason the guy is postponing it is the issue, is the insecurity that is going on. I lie. I lie because of 2 years, this is what? Second year, don't they grab it, third year. And this thing has been happening since before he take power. Why be saying now today? Oh, now will show more concern. And if you argue that because the genocide that rhetoric that is coming from America, that means you are making my point. That is not about the insecurity that is happening, that what currently happened that makes the guy to say, I not go again. Trump don't tell you America will not be there. So that is the beginning and the end of G20 for those who are following international politics. UN is already our way out. WTO is dead because of Trump tariff. And the European Union is going, don't they die since the exit of Brexit. So, and what you are seeing, the death of what? G20. Now, let's go to the official reason given by Asu Rock. Blessed people then. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Tinubu Ahmed Bola, President Tinubu, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu has postponed his scheduled trips to Johannesburg, South Africa, and Luanda, Angola. Let's see what's their reason. So the reason was as he awaits further security, blah blah blah. KB. Okay, see, this was this. Wait. Report that this was done as he awaits further security briefing on the KB kidnapping schoolgirls and the attack on Chris Apostolic Church Whisper in bullshit. And today they kidnapped girls. Today they attack church. This was disclosed in a statement on Wednesday by Tinubu Special Advisor for Mission and Strategy, Bala Analuga. In response to the request by the governor of KB State, President Bola Tinubu has ordered the development of more security men to Eruku and the entire Ekiti local government area of the state and directs the police to go after the bandits who attack worshippers. Recall that Tinubu was scheduled to leave Abuja today to attend the 20th G20 summit of leaders in South Africa, and thereafter proceed to attend the 7th AU-EU summit. Disturbed by the security breaches in Kebbi State and the attack by bandits against worshippers at Christ Apostolic Church, President Bola Tinubu decided to suspend his departure. Now awaits report from Vice President Shetima, who paid a sympathy visit to Kebbi on his behalf, as well as report from the police and the Department of State Service regarding the choir attack. So, if you are not going there yourself, you are the Vice President. Okay. That will stop you from going to sell what's that is a policy again? Renew Hope agenda. That's like there's no better place to go and sell your Renew Hope agenda than the G20. That's the top economic country in the world. Yes, given America is not going to be there, you ain't got no problem there. You don't have problem selling your things to America. So unless there is going to be going forward. But let's pause for there for a minute. Or them as an opportunity for him to meet the African leaders too, But the guy said, they go. Talking about people who are working, who are a traitor to their country, who are working to the loyalists of the outside world, which that man just talked about. So I'm not buying that bullshit. That because in insecurity, I'm making no go. But let's say Blessed was in for the propaganda. So let's see what Shetima has arrived Kebbi. Let's see. Meet with family of adopted schools. Vice President Kasim Shetima Wednesday arrived in Kebbi to meet with the state governor and families of the schoolgirls adopted from government secondary school, MAGA, Make America Great Again, by armed bandit. Shetima aircraft touched down at the Air Ahmadu Bello International Airport, Birnin Kebbi, where top state officials received him. The Director General of the National Emergency Management Agency, Zubaida Umar, and other senior government aides accompanied him. His visit followed a direct instruction from President Bola Tinubu, who mandated the Vice President to assess the situation and personally reassure the affected family. According to the presidency, Shettima is expected to deliver President Tinubu's message of solidarity to the people of Kebbi State and receive detailed briefing for communications to the Commander-in-Chief. President had earlier commended the attack, describing it as a heartbreak assault on innocent children. Tinubu also expressed condolence to the family of those affected and emphasized that the adopted girls must be rescued without delay. The latest attack, which occurred on Sunday, led to the death of the school vice principal, Malam Hassan Makuku, who was reportedly killed while attempting to prevent the government from taking the girls away. May his soul rest in peace. The police said a combined tactical team has been deployed to combat the surrounding forest in an intensified effort to locate and rescue the adopted student. In response to the growing security concern, President Tinubu has postponed his scheduled trip to Johannesburg, South Africa for the G20 summit. I think all these policemen will follow Wike go fight for land. Only two of those police, maybe I just put them for that school now. Those guys for see they there. Am I overthinking it? Why not Africa? Instead, you use America. Which kind of fight come with this now? And German, which one? Why they beef America now? What's your beef? What's your beef with Trump, who is coming to save your house as a Christian? And your prayer being answered? Why they beef them? Ogbomo mareo, edegede miyaro chogbo, kogbomo mareo, degede miyaro we. Enough of poetry statement. We are prepared to help you if you request Amechi Ted Tinubu help you do it. Make I see what you want help do. I pity Amechi, he go take for streets. that I can assure him. Make I see what you want to do. The former Minister of Transportation, let's go straight to the talking points. To Mr. President, your primary assignment is security of life and property. Enough of looking the other way or issuing watery statement of condemnation. Prioritize the summit or jetting out for whatever reason when Nigerians are dying can never be the trait. The good leader, it is time to probe wrong decision, strategized making, and we are wait. I hope that this Tinubu leaving the country safe is legit because I took that airline to make a point, which was presented by that interviewed. Where's Bola Tinubu? God, where's Bola Tinubu? Where's Bola Tinubu? Where's Bola Tinubu? Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is collecting on a two-nation visit to So now fake news be that Tinubu to visit South Africa. Let's see. Tinubu, this one 23 hours ago, 18 hours ago. So what's going on? Somebody remembers a Nigerian man sent me one video for Twitter. Oh, make Africa great again. Okay, I get you now. I get your point. Why? All these Africans, where everybody they fight for a pocket. You get Nigerian man, you send me one in one video of Aboki people where they speak Aboki language. They talk of how Niger truths. Ochecho, your email. Oh, this video.
Jibril. Yanzu mun shigo ƙasar Inyamurai. Sunana Ismaila Jibril. Yanzu mun shigo ƙasar Inyamurai. Mu ne Boko Haram. Ana jira cewa mu shigo. Yanzu mun shigo ga sanayenmu. Ba ma jin tsoron kowa. Sun ce wai Donald Trump zai shigo Najeriya ya zai kore mu. Ƙarya ne. Garin nan garinmu ne. Ba ma jin kowa ba sai mu je ko ina ba. Mu ne sarkin yaƙi ba ma jin tsoron kowa. Mutumar gurin ubansu. Su shigo da jirgin samansu. Za mu harga shi. Don saman da yake ɗora wuce gindi. Kana ji ko? Da gida kana ji na ko? A bari samayen nasu ci abincin su kuci. Dun ma'aikata milki dukansu sun san cewa muna nan. Da gwamna zuwa President Tinubu ya san cewa ka tuna cewa ka sa a hannu ka tuna fa wannan gadon Najeriya garinmu ne. Ba za mu je ko ina ba. Za mu dinga kashe Krista sosai. Ka san Krista sun ce ba su je magana. Kowa zai koma da cewa mun sha ƙarfin su. Yanzu Inyamuri ne suka ba mu taurin kai, amma za mu kama su. Daga yara zuwa manya za mu dinga yanka su kai. Za mu dinga yanka su mana. Mutum cakurin su. Don uwansa. Su shigo. Ka ce kai Donald Trump ko? Ka ga tsamayen nan ko? Za su dinga ci abinci su kuɗi. Ba ma jin tsoron kowa. Garinmu ne. Sunana Musa Mahi.
This is laughable. Even myself, I'll speak better Hausa past this one. even me will be. If I won't speak my own Hausa self, I will do better than these guys. These are typical people from the south. These one are people hustlers. This was no be out. They are not even anywhere close from the north. They no be Hausa. They no be Hausa people from nada. The Hausa, my own Hausa is better pass their own. That's crazy. Yeah, I see. My Hausa is more refined.
Wait, basically, they're not forget my own outside is more refined. Okay, see this guy. I think the guy who posted it was make I even see there. Nigeria is it Bola Tinubu no jet out abi? Good. Um, this na November 19. Okay. So let's make I see waiting the Zangazola. Zangazola say IPOP stage video. IPOP stage video in attempts to frame Heathers inside genocide narrative. I mean, it's very. I won't say IPOP, but that definitely no be Hausa Fulani person be that. No be even Jos Kaduna, Bauch, or even all those states who are not Hausa Bokwes. A controversial state. Well, I know to say Kaduna they among Hausa Bokwe, but you know what I mean. A controversial video circulating on social media has triggered outrage over a staged attempt to weaponize disinformation, incite ethnic tension, and portraying peaceful weather community as Boko Haram extremists in Nigeria's southeast. The video, which purportedly showed Boko Haram with arms issuing threat in Hausa, has been dismissed by multiple security sources, community leaders, and conflict notion as inauthentic and deliberate crafted to mislead the public and international community. The individuals in the clips neither speak with the accent typical of Boko Haram or ISWAP fighters, nor display the mode of presentation associated with the jihadist group in the northeast. Instead, the attackers heavily disguise his awkward staging and inconsistent speech pattern strongly suggests that the recording may have been produced by elements of the prescribed indigenous people of Biafra. I won't say na Biafran, na IPOP, but definitely na people from the south. Could be from the southwest, could be from the south. So maybe might not necessarily from the southeast. But I know every southern accent. Allegedly attempting to portray themselves as Fulani northern extremists. The objective of the such fabrication is twofold: to diminish peaceful pastoralist community in the southeast, and to build false evidence for international audience by claiming that genocide is being committed against Igbo people by Muslim group, despite a lack of credible evidence supporting such claim. The senior security analyst who has monitored separatist activities in the region described the video as another poorly staged propaganda, Maria's disguise to mislead Nigerians and deepen ethnic tension. That's, I agree, 100%. That was the motive of the video. I agree. According to him, Boko Haram and ISWAP calls have never produced video with their face tightly covered in the manner seen in the clips, nor do they speak with the accent heard. The mannerism, language, delivery, and the entire setup clearly do not align with Boko Haram or ISWAP media signature. He said these are not Fulani headers, nor northern extremist Boko Haram. This was engineered for propaganda purposes. I agree. Sources in the southeast also noted that the violent attack in the region over recent years, burning of police stations, targeted killing, extortion, and enforcement of illegal sit-at-home order, have largely been carried out by IPOP armed wings, the Eastern Security Network. Yet some of these incidents have been blamed on Fulani community to sustain a dangerous narrative of ethnic persuasion. Such deceptive tactics risks escalating tension because as misleading international observers into the misunderstanding Nigeria's complex security landscape. Nigeria's security, no they complex like that. The insecurity is not as so that I disagree with. People, they kill people. What's more, how is that complicated? It's not complicated. I've seen yesterday attack on Quara. Yeah, I know, I saw the video, but it's not I like what video like that. Now, the reason why the president say no travel again, I mean, that was propagative stuff. So what's the latest? Najama, what is new? We will continue our history. It's a very
It all depends on you, the younger generation, by saying that we are not accepting the current order of things. We don't accept it.
So why?
In the same way that the Nkrumah generation, they said they did not accept the British colonial order of things. And they organized and mobilized the country. And it was supported independently by New Kobna Bonis and the ex-servicemen and all that, who were being cheated and all that. It's, oh my goodness. So the time is now. It's you. You have to reject the governance system that my generation has imposed on this country. The looting, you hear about it. And it had to take a judge to come out, fed up, said this brigandry of looting, create, loot and share. It had to take a judge to observe what is going on and say, no, this is not my country, this cannot be. And you have to take that seriously. What does that mean to you? That means you should not be accepting of the condition. That is, it has humiliated you. As for me, when I was growing up, I don't think we had a problem with unemployment because the country was moving. It was developing everywhere. Things were going around. So you don't have that sense of unemployment. But my generation, we came and took power and exercised power more than the Nkrumah generation did over life and property. In Nkrumah's period, no one was killed extrajudicially or shot or people disappeared. Nothing like that. Not under Buzia, not under Champong or Akufu. But during my generation, when we took power on 31st December and 1st January 1982 up to this time, look at the killings and the disappearance, the killing of the judges,
Okay.
And the person who was at the heart of this, America, is still alive and free, living in Canada with exceptional leave to remain. And when you think of it, the Canadians were part and parcel in the overthrow of Nkrumah. So they can accept him. They know what they are doing. You see, these are some of the things that you should be asking questions about.
Not, I know be young. I know I don't old though. That's why I thought say you are still missing it. You are still missing the point. Don't be me. Me, I be old man. Okay, they are younger generation behind me. We don't fuck up. My generation don't fail. So you are again. It will be too late before you get it.
And then what do we do? All of us. What do we do? We deliberately induce by the IMF and the World Bank the same way that they induced and told the NLC, that is Ankara, Afrifa, Kutuka, and them, that, oh, Nkrumah was engaged in prestigious projects and all this that were too much for this country. You haven't arrived at that purpose, so you have to disband these things. Then the PNDC came to continue that policy, and teleguided by the IMF and World Bank and the US Treasury, they set up what we call Divestiture Implementation Committee, first headed by P.V. Obin, then Atuahwe, then Ebuteria, trade unionists, and you set up your mind to divest the country of its industrial, manufacturing, agricultural base. How can you do that? You are not a loyalist. You are not a Ghanaian. You are not an African. How can you do that? By destroying the industrial, manufacturing, and agricultural base of the country. What were you doing? You were creating unemployment. And unemployment goes with what? Inflation. And inflation goes with what? Borrowing. And borrowing goes with what? Has taxation. And what that taxation goes with that? Impoverishment and underdevelopment. That is what my generation has done to this country.
Now,
we were producing most of what we needed, but now we import over 70% of our protein needs. How can it be? We have killed the poultry industry because of feed, and we are importing day-old chicks. And who have the contracts? It's among themselves. And what is happening to our own indigenous fowls? We are going away.
Before British colonized India are like the third, the fourth biggest economy in the world. That means in every $4 you spend, one of that dollar come from India. And that is because the natural resources at that time, late 17 to early 1800, are cotton. So as at that time, Indians are more developed technologically, industrially. They are way ahead of pretty much outside world. Now, only like America, they cut in there. That is some, but that before the United States of America became United States, there's some part of America, Indian, China, and some part of Europe. Now, there the economic activities they run. So, but one of the way British they finish India is that over time they transfer the industrial base of India to Britain. So the cotton wool and the cloth, the textiles where they go buy for India, they were able to flip it around. So the India can they import textile. Just as within this man they describe, right? With the export instead, even though as we get them. People will get told our ancestors don't know anything. They were refining their own gold. How they take they refine now? Today we cannot refine our own gold. So if you wonder why it be like that, what we supposed to produce, other people they produce them for us. It's all part of the system of taking your resources. Your people don't understand.
When I was growing up, you could see turkeys, ducks, and chicken. But where are they now? You can't see even ducks now. You can't see turkeys. You can't. That is what we have done. We are not producing what we consume.
No.
It is a curse on us for us to be importing tomatoes and onions from Burkina Faso. It's a curse on us.
Now the same thing where the obedient, the one use obedient due to Shena Ajinomoto, that man, that tomato Erisco. The point Erisco was making, the fight Erisco was fighting is what this man is talking about. Now, I'm an indigenous producer. You are advertising, you guys are ganging up against me, siding an outsider. We prefer to import foreign tomatoes than to buy from our own. But people jump on injustice, blah, 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 blah. That's not the point.
With this rich arable land surrounding us, and there the Sahel, what is wrong? Aren't you questioning this? Aren't you questioning?
When Buhari come out and say, grow what you eat or eat what you grow or you die, people did not see the wisdom. No, we want chop foreign rice. We want chop rice from China. We want chop rice from London. We want chop rice from America. Oh, not just slavery mentality.
In this, and my generation did it. We destroyed the industrial manufacturing base of this country. Tire, Boso, or name it, glass factory. But look at the importance of glass in building construction. Glass. In Nkrumah, they saw it, they foresaw it. And we had the best sand for making glass. And we had also the best clays to make pottery and other stuff, ceramics. We were doing as much as possible to be self-sufficient. Then we come, my generation, we come and just destroy it. And the argument that some give, which does not make sense, is that, oh, we couldn't manage and they were getting lost and losses and all that.
The same foolishness and madness where them nuts they make about our artifacts for Benin. Yeah? Person will come thief from you. They tell you say for me to give, I no trust you. for you to keep am. You cannot maintain it. You will still. You dey mad? Like I just don't understand. Them Dr. Lamy said won't try. They won't try as much as they can to like. No, you guys. Now this thing na common sense. How person wey come steal from me, then come dey tell me say that thing wey steal from me, I no go fit maintain. I no fit keep am. And people, and that makes sense to human beings, grown men. Something where I no buy, I build am myself. But you say I no fit maintain am. Why you not build your own when you maintain am? Make dem no come thief am. God, man. I just couldn't believe it that day. It was just crazy. Say, come. I can't steal from you. Then to return am to you, I tell you, say you know if you maintain that thing. And people they sit down, they actually listen. What makes sense out of it? Like who do una like this? Ah man, I say this last weekend was one of the weekend that I no go be forget for my life. I just because I couldn't. I think it's a joke. I did the joke. I been a movie I dey watch. Because he can't thief from you, he can't accuse you. You be saying you be thief. That like wetin you build though. Not be say wetin you get money go buy. They say okay maybe if you come broke now you go sell that. No. And you expect me to sit down and listen to that kind of argument? Hey, Chineke me. No, you don't need to show your face, so blessed. Who do you like that? You don't need to show your face. Just click on the like and come in. You don't need to show your face. If I know if you maintain and have fun and you find it in good condition, you still like it's just fucking wild. Like for me, you see, you have lost the right to even contribute to the conversation going forward. Like it doesn't matter if I won't collect them, go destroy them. It is my fucking right. How they affect you? Now you get them. If I collect them, go bury them, go burn them. That is now me get them. Like how far can you be brainwashed to the point that person tell say you dey stupid and you are trying to reason with them? That we cannot keep it, we cannot maintain. Like oh my word. Nah, man. As in, hey, I just throughout that night, I did think, I said, come. I just don't believe what I did here. I just can't believe it. Whose kind of education they educated like this? What kind of education we get to tell you the education to tell you that you know you are stupid, that you know whoever feel make them like then what is the point? They say no, make I listen to who am I listening to? Let's because the person where I will listen to a count here. Who am I listening to? Person where can't if my team make I listen to how he before like no be it's not even giving me it's not God. They say he's telling me where he go put down so that he go see get access to RAM. It's like I thief your money. I won't give you back. You tell me say no, you must not keep that money for bank. You must not carry and go. You must keep them for where I go to see him. Your own money. I mean, I thief them before I give you back. Not because I didn't deny him. I thief them before I give you back. I am telling you where to put it, and you are happy. And the reason I'm telling you that is because I tell you that you cannot maintain the money. You can't. The money is not safe with you.
And people, they actually like, man. I just could, as in there. Make I listen to who? Like, are you listen to yourself first? Man, we are finished. We are done.
At school, I remember in the science lab, we were breaking beakers and we're breaking things and throwing acids and all this and try to do experiments to make things work and all that. If you want an omelette and you're afraid to break eggs, what are you talking about? How did Germany develop? How did the UK and all that? Try and error.
Exactly.
And you're complaining that, my goodness, what is wrong with my generation? It doesn't stand. It doesn't stand. It's stupid reasoning.
Senior, if I can come in. You know, I've been saying we need to ask questions. And personally, I have been asking certain questions. You see, for instance, Senior, we know after 1966 that most of the factories or surgical belts were abandoned. But in my research, I also came to find that after 1972, after General Lechampon took power, he worked to revive many of these factories. And beyond that, he also worked to implement policies to ensure self-reliance, like Operation Feed Yourself. And he also took on majority share in all our mines. In many ways, I see that to be at least a continuation of Osagyefo's agenda to a large extent. And yet, Senior, I find that many young Nkrumahs at the time, especially the university students, found themselves strongly opposing the champion. And curiously, Senior, in fact, well, not curiously, I found a story of John Idebugri, who was a student leader at the time, where he expressed his regret about the strong opposition he as a student leader led against the champion, because he said that the general was a good man, and under him, Ghana was producing what we eat. We were eating Ghanaian rice, and we were not importing rice like today. So what I want to ask you, Senior, is that should some of your generation, especially with the benefit of hindsight, because I know that there were certainly problems in the champion's time, which have not, in fact, been interrogated, because, like you know, any leader who comes and tries to ensure self-reliance and to fight or reverse our dependence on foreign countries would be undermined. And indeed, the champion was undermined. But this has not been factored into the causes of the problems that his government faced. So what I want to ask you is, the opposition that came, especially from the left or from the students, with the benefit of hindsight, was it justified? Because like I said, Ndebugri as one person.
Yes, George,
another student leader at the time who has also told me personally about his regrets of opposing a champion. So, I don't even know if I'm asking a question, but in your view, the strong opposition to a champion by the left, was it justified, especially with the benefit of hindsight, and what came after that?
And then you go further back and you say the same thing about the Nkrumah regime. There was that opposition over there. There was that opposition, to the extent that even when Nkrumah made it compulsory for African studies, that you had to pass African studies to progress to the second year or the third year or whatever in the universities, there was opposition. There was opposition. So opposition has been there to undermine the progress to us towards independence, total economic and political independence. And they are there. The intelligence and security agencies of the West, they are planted within us to cause all these. And
Not within my
particularly
personal
the
view.
churches. If you look at the background
Give me my
of
personal
most
view
of the
first.
position
Where
and the
you know
student
what you
leaders,
talk about.
most of them were influenced by pastors and others, like in Navrongo, Bishop Herman, other places. They were there. But look at 66. In March, Achimota Secondary School. Nkrumah's books were set to bonfire. And the first book that was thrown into the bonfire was Africa Must Unite. And who threw that book in there? The American ambassador at that time, Franklin Williams, and an African American, who went to the same university, Lincoln University, that Nkrumah went. And the Americans knew why they brought him here. And he did that. You see, but what is important is that he did it at Achimota School, the alma mater of Nkrumah. That your own people are rejecting you, they are burning your books. So we have to be very careful in our analysis, because there is always a historical antecedent. It has happened before, and it's a continuation of policy. In the same way that I said that the PNDC was a continuation of the NLC policy. And it is the same thing. The opposition against the champion and all that. Some of them, they didn't know. They were exuberance, and others, they didn't know, but they were being driven by forces beyond their control. And it happens. As I speak to you now, they're getting to almost 250,000 American agents and all this around the country and here and all that. They are all over. And we also voluntarily even pass on information and all that to them because of visas and all these things and silly things. You see, so everything is loose. See? This is not our country. It's not our country. It is not our country. This is the reality that you have to face.
And when they try pointings like that out, they go say, we didn't blame the West. We didn't blame the West. Yes. No, that's not blaming. Just pay attention, just like Nat now. That one thing I have discovered about you is that you think you are perfect and have monopoly of knowledge. I have monopoly of knowledge now. They support Monday Paolo. This guy, you high. And you say you reason. I say your reasons, you reason as if your personal view are universal facts and sacrosanct. What will be my personal view first? If you tell me that, nobody knows what they talk. Yeah, so now visa they if they want start civil war for Nigeria, maybe they just say no more visa for the rich people there. They go organize, they go switch to action. They go organize the poor to enter streets.
Since 66, it's gotten worse and tighter and tighter and tighter. How is it possible that the US can have a military base in Ghana and a portion of the airport is under the control of the US? How? Ghana? No. These you have to be asking questions and demanding answers. That is your responsibility. Otherwise, we'll still continue to be in this mess. It's your duty, your responsibility. Look, within 10 or whatever years, I'll be gone. Okay? And then what troubles my mind is that So I am going to die. And Jamestown is in terrible condition. Akwetema, terrible condition. Sukula, terrible condition. Don't talk about Kumasi. Don't talk about Sunyane. Don't talk about Tamale. Don't talk about Taprade and all that. Look at Tema. How they laid out the place, and look at what my generation, we've done to Tema. A glorified shanty. It's terrible. It's not acceptable. It does not befit us. You have to reject it. You have to reject it. Look, the damage that my generation has done to this country, I don't know how to quantify it to you. If you can deliberately set up a divestiture implementation committee, divest your own country of its industrial, manufacturing, agricultural base, so that you depend on imports. You become a dumping ground. You are proud that Abubulushi is a dumping ground of electronic waste. And your own citizens are burning, and oh my goodness, and you are proud of that. We can't even deal with simple waste. We can't provide toilets for our people. They'll go to toilets in plastic bags, throw them anywhere. It dries up, bursts, and what is in the air? You go out, come back, take a tissue, wipe your forehead, put it under a microscope, and you'll be surprised how we are surviving. Young people are dying of diseases.
Those people where they always quick to ask, oh, we would get them before. Why is it that we don't do it now? We get them before. And Todamaji was trying to ambush me with that. Yeah, we used to do it before. Why we not? Yes, because now we have sold that privilege to visa. We don't use and collect visa, collect residency, collect green card, collect employment. So we prefer to walk. Our people, where they do it before, they have no option than to live and die in where they were. So they have no choice than to figure it out, how to survive and advance, not just to survive, but advance their survival, their civilization, to make sure the existence no end within their time. But we this time around, that to fly go China, fly go America, fly go everywhere, and they will come. They ask, why would not they do them again? If they do them before, why would not they do them again? Like, do you listen to yourself? It's like you're asking yourself a question. Because now your time now to do, we know if you do, you are making excuses and looking for answer from where now you be the answer. And you think you are ambushing me, you are pushing back, or you want to disagree with what I'm saying. What will be the solution now? What's the solution? Are you daft? They complain every day. The solution is in that your compliance. If you say this thing are red and it's supposed to be white, that's why you're complaining. Why are you now asking me what is the solution? Just turn it back to white now. Oh, you know the solution, but you know it requires sacrifice, even death. You know what do I? Okay, what is the solution? What is the solution? Why are you stupid? Every day it is because, and it takes me time for me to understand that as an athlete, because you train every day, and every day is to push yourself
be a little bit above your limit. Because of that, your body is constantly in pain. You either go sleep today, one muscle they ache you, one muscle. So you are, because you are stretching yourself. So any day when you go wake up as a professional athlete, you see say your body nothing do am. You everywhere you no feel pain. Ask anybody wey don dey at that level. You go dey question yourself, say, "Come, I hope all is well." Though today, my calf muscle no like I did. That's exactly who we have become. Our generation. We too complain. We wake up every day, they look for one thing to complain about, and God bless us. The leaders are always giving us one thing to complain about. We have complained to the point that even when we see solution, we are complaining against it. So if an athlete wake up, feel good, he go dey worry, say, come, this day where I wake up, when all my body comes, you know, you are supposed to be happy, but because your body has been conditioned to be on that stage consistently of pain, so we complain everything within our complaint. You are trying to give history why the country is like this, they say you they blame. They say like everything. So even if you see the solution, you don't recognize them again. That's why people could talk. Yeah, okay, what is the solution? Hey, you don't get solution, you don't get a solution. Are you stupid? The complaint that you are complaining about, the solution is there. If you can identify the solution, there goes there. If you can identify the problem, there's go the solution. But of course, it takes time. It takes sacrifice. And that's why people will say, oh, don't talk about history, don't talk about yesterday, because it took those people time to end up achieve where they are or fail whatever they endeavor. What's the solution?
Even in their 30s, stroke. How is it possible? And all as a result of my generation. Yes. We have failed Ghana because a nation is on the verge of collapse when the vast majority of its youth wake up in the morning with nothing to look forward to. And this is what is happening.
Yep.
This is what is happening. It used not to be like that. But now this is what it is. So if history is taken out, then you won't have knowledge of what used to be for you to compare. And look at the irony of it all.
And that is the mistake. Those people who are calling for somebody to come and save them, we have to know. These are the same thing our forefather did. Some of those people who survived eventually. That's why they survived. And when you try to teach from history, people go, no. To Nigeria, for instance. How the fuck do you understand why you are here if you don't want to know how it used to be? But you they shout solution. That's the only reason to Nigeria keep the shout military. Even when they tell us that the military are what? Are machineries. No. There's a reason why you cannot recruit. He doesn't want to know that. Because the only way for you to understand that part, you have to go and study your history. So those where they kick against you using history to describe events and those that took history out of the classroom, what is the difference?
Sometimes when Ghanaians complain that things are difficult, petrol prices, food and all that, then the government apparatchiks, information communicators and all that, then they will come on and say, oh, look at Togo, the prices of this is this.
Sorry, George. They don't this. I know they how they talk. I know they don't monetize me for Facebook. I don't know what I do there. I don't know what I do there. They get one video where I play, so they don't come on me for monetization. So I just run out like that. If you want give me money, I'll tell you where you go carry and go.
Now, what are they saying about Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali? What are they saying about there? What are they telling Ghanaians? That, oh, within 2 years, the young man, Traore, he has paid all the debts and he's transforming the country. So if he can do it, it can be done here. Why are they not doing that comparative analysis? That is your job. That is your job. You have to be asking questions.
Right, yeah. So let me ask you, the Alliance of Sahel States, what do you think about them, the leaders, and I mean their Pan-Africanism, how fast or how quickly they have moved to form an alliance? What do you think about what is happening there?
It is, they have picked up from where Nkrumah, Sékou Touré, Modibo Keita, where they started with the Ghana-Guinea-Mali Union. They've picked up from there. And they are doing well. But as Nkrumah warned, that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it's linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. What is going on in the sister states of the Sahel, AES, can only be sustained if it is linked up with our sense of liberating ourselves from what I call balkanized Bantustans. Ghana is a balkanized Bantustan. Nigeria is. So we, in order for them to succeed, we have to make sure that there's a regime change that will complement what they are doing. Otherwise, theirs is in danger. That is the ethos of Nkrumah saying that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it is our responsibility to ensure that Ghanaians know what is happening there and they demand a change to complement what is there. If they are doing it,
Najaman, I've agreed with you collect the money on my behalf, but you live in London, so I don't trust you. You don't compromise.
we can do it. And we have a history of doing it. So we can pick up with the benefit of hindsight and do it. That is the challenge. And I fully support what they are doing. But I'm also aware that it's against tremendous odds because the Americans, US and its NATO allies and Israel, they are doing whatever they can to reverse it. They are doing whatever they can to undermine it. And they will use our own people to undermine it. They will do that. There's a common Jewish saying that even the termite knows that in order to bring down a building, it has to penetrate it. And we say that Abo Obekao Efruntuwom, the insect that will bite or sting you come from your own clothes. So they are doing very well, and we need to know what they are doing and organize solidarity supports, organize demonstrations at the French and the American embassies, tell them hands off Niger, hands off Mali, hands off Burkina Faso. Let them manage their own affairs. Hands off them. And you see the benefit of kicking out the French. We should kick out the Americans, the British, the Canadians, the Dutch, all of these people. They combine their security intelligence to undermine and overthrow Nkrumah. Then when the NLC and the PNDC came, who are taking control of our gold, who have taken control of our oil, who have taken control of our bauxite, who are controlling control of our wood, timbers, our fisheries, and all that. You have to think twice. The same thing like it happened in Angola. Can you imagine Angola? How the Cubans, Fidel Castro, the heroic people of Cuba, they helped to liberate Angola, only for the asimilados, Dos Santos and his bank of crooks, to hand over Angola to the Americans. Such ingratitude, such ingratitude. I'll tell you something. Castro was sick, and we knew that he was going to die. And it troubled me. I said, so Africa is going to wait for Castro to die, then we'll be sending condolence messages, going to the embassy to sign this and all that. But while Castro is alive, why don't we honor him and pay tribute to him for what the Cubans did? Cuba under sanctions is able to send doctors, engineers and all out, and Ghana, we are beneficiary, Africans, we are beneficiary. And Castro is dying, and we can't even honor Castro to tell the Cuban people how we appreciate what you have done for us in our struggle against apartheid. I used to be at the OAU during the transition period. I was a special advisor to the Secretary General of the Organization of African Unity, His Excellency Amara Esse. So I knew the workings. So I approached them and said, we have to do something to honor Castro. The officers that I approached them said, brilliant, brilliant. Put some ideas together. I did. And they took it brilliant. Then I wasn't hearing from them. Then there was one that I knew there at the office of the Secretary General. And that time it was the president of the commission. And then he said, you know what? I'll have to tell you frankly,
Sorry. Nat, you said, how come you listen to powerful and inspirational message like this and still feel comfortable supporting morons like Monday, Opaholo, and Trump? See? That's why I say you still don't know the times that we are in. You don't know the times we are in. Hey, I don't know what I could do, you know, Nat. Eh? I don't recommend books. All those books I recommend, you don't try read anyone. Make I recommend another one for you. It's called The Return of the Strong God by R. Reno. R. Reno. The Return of the Strong God. Maybe you understand why you see me take my position and take. So don't be surprised that they listen to these kind of people. These are my teachers. And now because the YouTube, they always fuck up. So if not, every day I'm going to bring different speakers like this. So we'll analyze and compare to our current situation. But at times, Facebook, they misbehave. They will just block unnecessarily. So don't be surprised. As I said, try not to listen to argue. Try not to just disagree with me just because you see my headline or you see the picture behind me and all that, right? If that is your form of, I understand that those speaks a lot. I'm not saying that you should not factor that into how you see me. That's not the point I'm trying to make, right? But you should understand the context in which I've put people like this behind me or they support why they support, right? You need to understand the context, then you know why. Then you go understand. All of us want the same thing, right? We are looking for the same thing. How can the country be better, right? It's just that with the approach and from different angle. That's how it's supposed to be. Our people's in market get many roads, right? There's any group of people that agree. It's called a mob, right? It's supposed to be a group of people, supposed to be a market of ideas, right? An ability for us to put that idea into one mission. That's where we are. But just because you disagree with me, that is not even should be your starting point of trying to understand person. Kajiko. But as I said, if you can just take argument, disagreement aside, I don't say make you agree with me, but there's a need for you to understand the point I'm making, right? So that your disagreement, your criticism can be enhance the conversation. But if you're from the word go, we don't want to pay attention to the point I'm making, just so that you can understand, not to agree, but so that you can disagree to further the conversation. But you just attack me, back, then it's go there hard. Anyway.
Our leadership are afraid of offending the US because of the relationship with Cuba. It's brilliant, but we don't have the political will to be able to do it. So I said, what next? So then let me look for a country that was independent, does not depend very much in terms of their budgetary support on the US, its NATO allies, the IMF, World Bank, and the European Union, the Paris Club, and all these people. Then what came to mind was Namibia. So I approached the leadership of SWAPO and met with President Sam Nujoma, and I explained things to them. They said, why don't you honor him for Africa, for Cuba, for Castro to die like that? We have to do that. So he supported. Had a meeting with SWAPO. And at that time, I was very close to the Prime Minister. and who was the foreign minister, and he and Sam Nujoma, they were the young people who fought when they were 17, 18 against the apartheid regime. And so he managed the access. And the government chose their Independence Day to give the highest honor to Castro and the people of Cuba. Africa saved the situation. That is Namibia saved the situation for us. And it was through my initiative and hard drive. And it happened. You see, so we are in great difficulties because we are surrounded by forces that are still controlling us, telling us what to eat, to the extent that they tell us that genetically modified organism food is good for us. Look, there are things happening in this country. There was one incident in Kumawu. An old man, he's dead now. He called me, took me to his compound, and took me to a shed. And he had collected parts of seeds of several plants and all that he himself was storing. He said, I'm going to die, and what to do with this? So you have some people who are conscious and aware, and this old man is also a herbalist, a traditional herbalist, and that was his concern. And then they were not listening to the
What did you say? Not. Make I beg you come. I beg you no joy. If to say if to say they agree with my point, you for know they come here. So I understand that part. But another thing is that I never even know what your opinion is on anything. Because all you do is just attack me, attack the people that you presume that I am supporting, right? That's what you are doing now. So I don't know. So what's your opinion before you accuse me of not listening to you or disagree with you? What's your opinion? Nigerian man, I know my supplier now organic in the supply me. So I don't know why they confuse me. Say the news were here. Though.
Others will not listen to him. Others, the Forestry Commission and all that, they will not listen to him. But he was anxious. He knew the value. So that is the stage where we are. And it's all because of my generation, that betrayal. So you have to ask questions. Our psychologists, psychiatrists, sociologists, they have to be asking questions. What is wrong? How come we are in this mess? A generation who should know better. A generation who knows that if they are sick, in order to get well, They have to go to England, they have to go to Paris, they have to go to US, they have to go to India, they have to go to Dubai. There are hospitals to take care of them. And they come back and they live in this mess and drive around all these crevices worse than the moon's surface. Terrible. Our roads. You have to be asking questions. And Ghanaians too. I am amazed. I am really simply amazed. Look at Accra. Who has built Accra? It's individuals. It's you, Ghanaians. You have built Accra. There are no social housing. Since Nkrumah and Champon, there's been no social housing. But it's the citizens themselves that are building the nation. And it's only left for government to provide the sewage system, the drainage system, the waste disposal system, the quality roads, the water and sewage system. That is what the government is left to do, because you are not putting up any housing. And look, we're living in dust. 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 Filthy roads. Bad roads. And we take this, then we hear that $200,000, $2 million, $20 million have been pilfered, looted, or whatever. Then sometimes I sit down and say, do we have that much money in the country for people to be stealing? And our roads and everything, the health situations and all that are bad? I remember one incident. At 37, I went to inquire about a medicine at the dispensary, the pharmacy. I was there when a woman, her turn came, she gave her prescription to the dispenser, the pharmacist, and she said, please tell me how much it's going to cost. And he said about 210 cedis. And the woman was shivering and said, I have only 40 cedis on me. Please give me 40 cedis worth of the prescription. That is what the woman said. Give me 40 cedis worth of the prescription. This is where we have reduced the country to. This is where we have reduced the country to. And this is my generation. Look, the mess that we have caused this country is unimaginable. It's not, no, it's not acceptable. You should not be accepting it. You've made life easy for us. You've made life easy. You have to be on our back. We have really caused murder and genocide, quiet genocide. We're killing our people. We are wicked. We are really, 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 really wicked. We are wicked. We are really, really wicked. Ghana 2025, and we don't have real.
You tease if I be these people friend, you for not even know me, Zeb. I think this I go there, they follow you, they run out. And let me make you understand one thing. Now, they show me your friend, and I can tell you who you are. I have listened to you attentively on different fora on burning political issue, but no disappointment. And that's what I'm saying now. For you to still keep coming, that means you don't agree with me. That's expected, but you actually appreciate my point of view. That's why you keep coming, and I appreciate that part too. But the idea that show me your friend, if you think the people you see on behind me and Pablo we are friends, then I think that as an insult, because you are giving me, you are elevating me to the level that I never reach. So many people don't call they treat me say I don't reach that level. No, if I'm their friends, the fact that if I'm these people friends, me and you no go know you. I mean, I will not be here running my mouth. Are they crazy? So that you need to understand that fair. Again, you are always about the messenger or the personality. You don't care about the point that the person is making, and that is because either you don't have your own original opinion, right? That's why. Blessed. Now, I think you should join the stream so both of you can discuss and agree to disagree. You make a good point for questioning him supporting Monday, but he has a right to support him. Yeah, you don't even get points for supporting for telling me to for questioning my support for Paulo. I don't. That's not the point. You are questioning me why I support Paulo. Why should I not support him? That's the question. So you have to tell me why I should not support him. Two, who should I support? Right? If you don't even want to give me, if you don't even want to see my reason of supporting him, but you are not even telling me why I should not support him or who I should support. You just insult me, which make me keep saying that we go win again. Because if your plan, right, for you to defeat Paulo, to defeat me, is to keep insulting me and Paulo, you will lose. We will lose. You are pushing so hard for the attention and recognition. Maybe if you talk that one, I think I will take that, right? Even though you are just trying so hard to know to see why I'm supporting him. You are trying to. You don't seem to believe the reason I'm giving you why I'm supporting him. You just believe that there's something else, right? You don't believe that there's something else why I'm supporting them, right? Paulo just dethroned, it just literally put an end or the beginning of an end to a problem of 120 years of my village, of my people. Me and my people, we dey carry gun against ourselves. Paulo just literally put an end to that. That's good enough reason for me to carry my money self, take support am, not just my time alone. Because as a kid, I saw my uncles carry gun against each other. Now the same language they speak, we speak only one language. We just one village. Also, people are one. It's just one. We know everything where they do. The next person know. We know they speak different language. There's no two language in us. Also, we have only one language. We are less than 500,000 people, home and abroad, dead and alive. Say if you are there to go that far, but we fight against ourselves because of who won't be king. Paulo just literally put an end to that. That's enough reason for me to want supporter. So we don't need to be friends. I don't need to grab their attention. It doesn't need to pay me. Again, I just tell you, he knows Sabi speak English. That's a fact. Do I know how to speak English? You know, see people that speak English. So Yeah, the fact that you cannot, you still use, I don't know, you still don't believe that, based on the things that I say here and the kind of video that I play, just as you said, people they listen to the books, you just couldn't phantom it. Why I support somebody like that? And that's why I said, you don't understand the times that we are in. There's a reason I said that. Your eyes is still focused on how do we get leadership, good leadership, good leadership. Where the leadership won't come from? Not be from me and you. But we have elected your kind, at least for the past 24 years, uninterrupted. People you think I should vote or support, we have put them in power over and over for the past 24 years. What did they give us? And I should continue that route again. No. Let me support the other side and see if una way they educated will sit up. Oh, that's your point. Maybe if una know they get support again, una go sit up, do the needful. Why is that point just seems so difficult to understand? Is it, so again, that's why I say some things they happen before your own very eye, but because they don't condition your brain, say you have to be changing and the leader and the leader. Ask yourself, where the production factory there for this leadership? Nobody people. So over the years, the leadership we will not suggest for us, we've sent them abroad to go and educate themselves. They can't come back. They use the education, they manipulate us. They tell us it because we are not educated enough like them, we are stupid. They're insulting us. When would they dare to question them come? With all the education we have given you, what do we get now? I'm not even the one making this case. That's why they ask you, you say my personal opinion, my personal view. That's why I want to ask you, what is my personal view? All these things that I'm saying are not originally to me. I am not speaking anything that different from people that came before me have said, or people who are out there still saying it. Now, exactly within this man they talk. Withhold the largesse they give their generation enjoy. Good education, the best of it best. What have you guys given us? You can't say make I see they support you. Like, no, now. It doesn't make any sense. So, George, you say Ososo still fighting till now because of land. Not be even land, though. Land that will not be land. We know Ososo too small to dey fight. If you say land, people they fight for land now between families. Because now family they get land. Now, because of who go rule, who will be the king, right? Who will be the king? Now, 4 quarters. Ososo get 4 quarters. So we rotate it. We rotate the kingship. Quarter 1 will produce the king. Now, if that person die, quarter 2, they get their own procedure, they go produce the king, so like that. So you can't reach one person turn, the guy can't tell say he die in son say na hereditary, say na him go continue. That's about since 1939, maybe 1937. So since then, it's been back and forth. So you know, be saying land. So it has never been. That's why you see me they produce state autonomy. It's coming from somewhere. My people never give just the saying that one family or one person get power. No, it is rotational. Every quarter gets the way then they govern themselves. They get their own land. The way that they do their own way. Even though all of us speak one language, the other quarter too, they have their own way that they produce their own leader, their own king, right? Their own way of life. But for the sake of survival against a bigger enemy, like an outsider, right? Because now migrate reach that place, running from wars, fight, and all that. So in order for us to survive as a people, so we'll call the okay, there's a need for it to be one leadership, one king. But that king has to be rotational. It's a rotational principle. First, this quarter will produce them. If that person die, the second quarter will donate their own. If he die, just like that. So when it reached the last person, 1937, reached their own turn, the Pekin said, "Na go to take care." So since that time, there's been a problem. So Paulo literally just issue a communique regarding that now colonial masters actually empower the guy, talking about the issue, the problem that we are still solving, right? So when the British people conquered the Benin Kingdom in 1839, right? So there is a need for you to dominate all the local towns and for easy of administrativeness or easy of administration. You know, in order this idea that these people did there, it's too cumbersome for their understanding. That's not what they are there for. And again, for easy taxation, right? I just put one person in charge, it collect all the tax. So that's what they're after. So that's why they can't have. That's why the British people mentality, nine that person, the other son capitalize on. So he was able to liaise with the British people, the empower and the enforcer. So what the power did now to say enough of that British, the colonial rules that were forced on us, we have to go back to the rotational principle that our people were using to govern themselves up to this point, up to the point of the British people coming to our life. So, and that's still the conversation that is going on right now. So, George, I hope I answer you. Now, so this video, this video is so radical, educative, transformative, and informational, but you turn around supporting people that are intellectually backward and moral. Okay, I think I've tried enough. I've tried enough. I don't fit again. So anybody want to help me with that? For me, I don't pass this level. I can't do it. All they understand to show to insult Nigerians are being those state is back on track again. But over Monday is not organic. He was put by the intellectual. I don't know why you're not seeing that in my point. I've always to answer that question, blessed. I said the current governing structure was designed to keep quote unquote illiterate people they consider as illiterate, no sabi speak English, people who are not educated enough, which to cut the story long into short, Paulo kind of a person. The way they design this system is to people like that never to come close, right? Fine. But they forget that people like that are the majority. So you understand the whole point of making sure you have to go to school to speak like this, to get this qualification, to do da. Right? So it's a system. But let's say for the past 24 years, they were able to brainwash the majorities who no sabi speak English to keep voting against their interests in the name of Naden no pass. They are the experts, they are the educated people, they know everything. So we should allow them to govern us. We'll give them 24 years from 1999. From 1999. Igbenidion, American trained governor. School for here, abroad, America here. What will be this professor name? This guy that came before Shomole, what will be name? I think now also now British trainer governor. Oshomole, also na American and British educated governor. After I don't do all in while you see go polish up for all these places, right? From Oshomole went to Obaseki. Obaseki na Milwaukee, na American trained governor. So what do we have? Not. What do we have? So tell me now. So make I continue to vote for them like that. It doesn't make any sense. To me, at least. It might make sense to you, but to me, it doesn't make sense. So I know that's why it's easy. I know they go that part. So blessed. So part of the angers of the intellectuals, right? Those who are on the other side of the competition, part of their anger is to destroy his personality. So they are angry. They are hungry. So they wanted to focus the anger. They want to direct everybody again to focus the anger on Monday, Paulo, illiteracy, no sense. No gonna put on there. So instead of them to now sit down, people like Nat, they also sit down, say Professor Osumbo, thank you. Instead of people like Nat to sit down, people they do no book with their own education, maybe just sit down and think, say, come. You know, say we fuck up. We fuck up. How this illiterate Monday, Paulo, yeah, they pass through primaries that we put educated delegates, yeah, then pass through INEC that we put professors. I they become governor. Now read the rigamo, but now educated people use rigamo, so they could not just sit down and think, say, can we fuck up? Not because they fuck up two times that two-way fuck up. They could not say, can we fuck up because we not perform to the expectation of the people. I don't even expect them to think that far. No. The education they receive never empower them to think about the majority, about the people. No. If you are not, we no go graduate for that school. So I don't expect them to think that way. But I expect them to think, say, come, now we fuck up. Because now the system we build, now illiterate that power will use against us. How do we make sure it doesn't happen again? No! They come and they say, no, they are still focusing on him. And he will still win again if they cannot think of their own incompetency and inadequacy that brought a power to buy. They cannot think about that. They will still lose again. They will still lose. So yes, the point I'm trying to make is it's not common sense. That's why I say put your education aside. If you begin to try to understand the point I'm making with the Pablo from your educational lens, you know go see how. Put your education aside, or use your common sense. You see, say Monday Powell is a willing and a useful tool. Isn't that what you expect with an uneducated person? I don't understand. You call person a fool, and the person they act like fool, and you see the verse. what like there's something definitely wrong with you. So if you think you said you are just confirming it. Monday Paolo is a willing and a useful tool. That is what you expect from an uneducated person. So why you call the verse? You understand? It's a useful tool in the hands of politician, religious leader, traditional oppressor, etc. All these things that you are speaking are facts. But the education we may get teach me those are attributes of an educated person. So if somebody fit all your definition, why are you still angry? Like you should be angry with yourself, not me. Like it's fucking. I don't understand, man. I seriously don't get it. So Ovie, so are you saying the intellectual put money there for a purpose? So don't rejoice until it finish his.
Like, you guys, blessed, come on now. I never give you that. I never told you anytime, not in any shape or form, that I make it clear to you that I am expecting Monday Paulo to perform. Matter of fact, when the day I started campaigning for Monday Paulo, I say if you win, make him just travel out. He should not come back in the next election, and we will see put on there. So I am not like, if educated people could not perform, why am I stupid to be expecting performance for somebody who is not educated? No, I'm not stupid. I'm not Lulu, as the Gen Z will say. I'm not deceive myself. If people who are educated beyond my reach could not perform, you go tell me to they go expect performance. Somebody is not. I mean, go die. Well, die with that attack now. I mean, they stupid with that. No, I'm not expecting anything from him. Again, you now know they still get my point. Una will be intellectual. If you guys cannot just look at your own self and say, I fuck up, then no they deceive ourselves, they go like that. They find person where you go blame for your incompetency. You go see there is a lot of people to blame. Now nobody they tell you say Okwa will win it. Like, I'm not just on that. You guys are just like, again, nobody they tell you say Okwa will win election. Either they rig am in, either them put am to the judge, either than in win. It is the contribution of the elites that make it happen. And the contribution of the intellectuals that may also make it happen. If not, then the man is a genius. Either way. So it was imposed on the good people of Edo by Abuja, Kabal, and Tinubu. Again, you are speaking facts. But if your level of education can understand that fact and you are still complaining, instead of you to go to work and to make sure people like him is never imposed on you again, then you are not getting what is coming for you. If they oppose illiterates, if they impose professor, you know perform. They impose banker, you know perform. They impose lawyer, you know perform. Now illiterate now go come perform for you. I don't just understand. I never say Paulo na spiritual person. You know disappear enter there. I keep telling you, it is this. Una know they get the point where they make. Una see they find you guys are finding excuse outside of just looking at the mirror and see where you people got it wrong. Okpabolo was imposed on Edo people by educated people. Not be by illiterate people. No, they occupy Abuja power. Okpabolo was rigged into power by educated people. Illiterate no rig election. However you want to see it, he achieved that feat by using intellectuals like you. You can go and look for excuse for everywhere. Go Abuja, or go Lagos, or go Ring Road, or the illiterate of Edo people. Whatever reason you are looking for, guess what? You will find it, and it is a fact. But the other thing I know that is also a fact is that you and your education make that happen. That's the only point that you guys are missing, and that is where the solution will come. It's either the education you have is working against you, or you are not working hard enough. I'm not now. You just the base your expectation. I am not expecting Nigeria or Edo to be better. That's not my point I'm making. Now you the things the individuals can make Edo or Nigeria better. See that doesn't to be going to they went back and forth with you now, waste of time. You are dragging me back. I don't pass that kind of
that level of argument, say Nigeria will be better because one person, not because of the leaders. That's intellectually lazy arguments. I know they argue those kind of things. That's why I'm telling you, up till now, you never good opinion. You are just telling me who I should not vote for and why I should not vote for that person. You have not given me a reason. You have not given me who I should vote for. Who and why I should vote for that person. You see, she said why I thought say it was. That's why I thought say Bola Tinubu will see win. Because if you are saying Bola Tinubu is not going to win, you should be able to tell the people who is going to win. But the fact that you cannot tell the people who is going to win is because you are not doing anything. Again, that's why I thought say this thing are common sense. Put your book aside. I don't know. I get time to explain. I mean, it's just fucking crazy. they keep looking at the individual. They look at me. They look at Monday Paulo. Now we be the problem. Now we be the problem. Not knowing that now the professor, now the book where you read, now they work against you. That's what is working against you. You don't need to know that. That's the fucking problem. You are trying to understand where I belong. Who am I in the scheme of things? And that's the problem with that. You fall into those people where they talk say content creators, news people. They are more influential than the people who are actually making things, making the whole world work. You are looking for who am I? Not be 5 people, just 6 people now they watch me so. Now me, they say I belong. Who am I in the scheme of things? You should be worried about $8. What about the Dangotes? What about Elumelus? Those are the people you should be paying attention to where they belong, because now then they make things happen. And if you think say okay, because I be content creator, I be media person or whatever you want to classify me, now only 5 people they watch me. I should not be me where I belong. You should be not think about where I belong. Go to platform that has 100,000 subscribers, who maybe half of them are real people that they hear the information from Nigeria. That's where you should be worried. Don't worry about where me belong. I know if you change anything. If you think that because of me, Monday Power will win, I'm saying go win again with that, because I didn't do shit. Other than they make noise for you. So you guys are missing the whole. I don't understand how this world they work. Forget about me where I stand. I don't stand anywhere. I don't have what it takes to take a position. I don't have what it takes to take a position. Well, true now, they cannot think for themselves. Thank you. Now they do group thinking. That's why they won't find which group I belong to. They find where I belong to. You go find tire. They find where I belong to. I know they belong anywhere. My job is to tell you this is what is happening. I can't even tell you how to think. I never even tell you one day come and say come vote for Monday Paulo. I know they even tell you me vote for Monday Paulo. I just they tell you why me they support them, and everybody verse. Why you the verse? I go Nigeria Watch during the election. They ask me who are the support. I say Akunkoso. They ask me why are the supporter. I say because he carry Bini person, Edo person as a running mate. Now they begin insult me. All of them begin verse for me. You ask me, I'm not telling you to make you vote for them. If I come here now trying to tell you who to vote for, you ask me now, I tell you now, you begin insult me. That's exactly what you are doing. It is saying that make me solve your problem. Say, okay, as we speak, you can't travel from Benin to Ososo by road without being kidnapped. If you want to try it, I can put 10 million. Okay, so I mean, so what does that even? So what did that mean? I don't understand. So now because of it, now Monday, Pablo, now I know if you travel from Edo to Benin, Ososo to Benin. You see, blessed, you know, see all these people wait to go school. You see, no see how they reason. So today, Monday, no day again. Then all of a sudden, I have travel for like. In fact, make I listen to Najama. I'm tired of explaining to people who cannot think for themselves. I can make 1 million subscribers by tomorrow, but you are lying a very bad lie. You see, now the problem with that. I know that's not my goal. For the, if now only you and if you talk to every day, I think I am winning. That's because that's all I can do at this point, right? Can convince, can I talk to one person. I know, you see, because up till now, you as educated as you are, you have not been able to. You are trying to convince me why I should not vote for Monday Paulo, but you have not told me who and why I should vote for that person. Since now leader might be your problem. You see where the problem is? So how can you have your way? Because telling me not to do this and without telling me what to do, what's the problem? What's the point?
Way system to carry the heavy load. How do we explain it? How do you accept this? Why should you accept it? A government that cannot even run an airline or a party, how can you run a nation? And we are sitting on this. There's no government in Ghana. There is absolutely no government in Ghana.
Senior, you refer to the two main political parties as the Dukadaya. First of all, what is the meaning of the word and why do you refer to them as that?
I refer to them as Dukadaya because Dukadaya is a Hausa parlance, which means two sides of the same coin. They are the same. The NDC and the NPP, they are the same. They originate from the NLC. They originate from the Avoidance of Discrimination Act, which was passed in December 1958, soon after independence. No, 57. At that time, of course, prior to that, the country, the parties were formed along ethnic lines. The Northern this, the Ewe this, the Ga this, the Ashanti this, and all that. And Nkrumah saw that that was dangerous. This is a unitary state. We want one Ghana, one common destiny, with one common destiny, one people.
Most of those people where they talk so Nigeria, where they talk say Ghana better pass Nigeria, they never go Ghana before. They never go Ghana. They don't go Ghana before. They don't go Ghana. We visit only 2 cities and guess I've been at 3. They compare most of all the Africa, all the way they compare Ghana, Kenya, they never go all those countries before.
So he's passed through Parliament, and Parliament passed an act, the Avoidance of Discrimination. So the country, you cannot form any party organization along tribal, along sexes, along religious, whatever line. So the country was a secular state, a secular unitary state, a uniting state. And it was this that forced the small parties, ethnic-based parties, to come together at Adabraka, at the park, which they call Unity Park. That was where Kufuado, Rawlinses, Chikates, and the Awoys, and that's where they used to play. So they know each other from a long time, you see. So they belong to the middle class or the middlemen who were between the colonialists and the rest of the country. So they were the lawyers, the surveyors, the traders, the this and that, and they were all centered in Adabraka. And I'll tell you this, if you don't know, you know Bounce Road. The road from the Catholic Cathedral, passing through the museums and then through the TUC, all the way through to Tudu. You see that road, Bounce Road. That was the dividing line. After 6 o'clock, you have to have a reason or a pass to cross that line. So that was what the Oforiatas, the Akufo-Addos, the Dankwas, whatever, that was that they were living under. It was Nkrumah who came and broke that barrier. So North Ridge, cantonments and all those places, you have to, as a black man, you have to have a reason after 6 o'clock. You couldn't pass it. This is not a long time ago. This happened in Ghana. Nkrumah came and broke that barrier, and they accepted it. They accepted it. Those living under Brakau, Foriata, Danquest, and all that. But Nkrumah, when you came where, Koyoboti and all that, they were living in a Newtown area. You see. So it's not far off. This happened in Ghana. Some people accepted it, and some people rejected it. And those who rejected it, they are giving names. And now I'm saying that reject that system, because that system is prevailing now.
When you talk like that, I say they blame the West. But Nigeria always praise same Ghana as they never traveled before. So obviously, no matter how I try to object you, stop objecting me and telling me what I should do. I know that you guys, I don't know. You say make I not go through this road. Okay, tell me the road I go follow. I don't get it. So it's not the fact that you are objecting me. Okay, you are entitled to that. You have the right to that. But you are objecting me based on what? At least you are still a million times better than that moron called Najama. He's so empty each time I listen to him on one man. So you are still again, you know the you joined the stream. I don't understand. Blessed, what do you mean? Okay. Now you be Lucifer. Lucifer Alpha.
Hi, Obi.
Are you kidding me? I didn't know you were a female. Sorry, anyway. How you doing?
No worries. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I've been listening to you, and I find you very interesting, and I find you very interesting and educative.
Blushing.
Yeah. So why would you blush?
Huh?
Take your flowers. You end it.
If I don't
You've
blush,
read.
my head will bust.
You've ended. You've read a lot, and you anyone who is exposed and know how the world works, when they listen to you, they know where you're coming from and they understand you. So that's just it. It's just that the thing that we should ask ourselves is, what's the reason behind content creators? Why did these people create content creators? They know why they created it. They created it for a purpose, to distract people. That's why someone will be saying that if you speak this way, you get millions of followers. Because in the actual sense, news, when the news media came in the 60s, or let's say back then in the 50s, it was strictly for giving information out, right? It's not for you to like the person giving the information. But now we have content creators that you have to like that person. Then when the person that gives you that news, whether the news is true or it's wrong, you just believe the person immediately. So that's why they can say maybe someone like Candace Owen or Tucker Carlson would give you information and you feel like that information is a fact, forgetting that these people have sponsors, donors who make things happen behind the scene, and they use these people to push it out. So it's just a crazy world that we live, but it's only a few people that can understand. So even when you tell me you support Monday, I understand where you're coming from, because we've had intellectuals, we've had educated people who have been in that position and they didn't do anything. And probably they feel like, okay, we keep putting this, that's the so-called cabal. They feel like, okay, we keep putting these intellectuals into power. And once they taste that power, they turn around to bite us. We're not going to put such people. So let's put people that are uneducated, that believes in loyalty. Let's put them there and let's see how the outcome will be. I don't support Monday Okpebholo, but at least I get where you're coming from, that this is someone who is not educated. This is someone that had all these in his result, and he's the one leading the whole state. I get it. And I'm happy that he's doing that, because at least the young child who is growing up, who is not educated, would have that. But the thing now is that the young child who is not educated, or who does not have that tendency to go to school and assimilate with what he or she is being taught in school, I don't want them to have that perspective that you have to have a godfather to be able to get to that position. How
Yes,
wish
just
Monday.
hold on first. Bless hold on to that. Yes, before this point you made about maybe they think that if they put an educated person or somebody there will work against their interest, right? That was the point you make.
Yeah.
And I think now that you say it out loud, right, it makes perfect sense, because if you understand the government of Baseki, government of Baseki came during pandemic, right? And literally, I don't know if you understand the body movement of the central government of Buhari then. Yes, they don't have choice than to accept the pandemic and everything, but they are kind of very careful too with the way they absorb everything, right? That's why when Kogi State Governor Bello came out and said, was pretty much against vaccine and all that, the central government did not push back, right? Even though every other person. But if you narrow in, it now looks as if the government of Baseki was the headquarter of the information of dismissing COVID-19. So literally, it was pretty much like an experimental laboratory, so to speak. They even take Adesu them from newsroom to be the voice and all that. So literally, all is pretty much his policies was pro-West. And where is it today? Is in London, Abi? So from the point you make, you see, it makes more sense to us that say, okay, we prefer somebody that is not even too much Western, right? At least if you want wrong, we know where you go wrong go. Even though we know it's part and parcel of them, right? But at least we have something to relate to, which is now boiled down to the second point you are making about a child who can relate.
Yeah, but the thing now is that even the Monday that you're talking about, that if anything happened, he will run back home. That's like it's 50-50 now, because he has tasted power, he's in money. So definitely he'll be looking to buy houses abroad. So he's no longer in that league anymore. So
It's been out of this. It's been with the big boys for a long time. I mean, he was a senator, for God's sake. So nobody's expecting him to be. It's more closer to them than to the ordinary people.
Yeah, to the ordinary people, exactly. So that's why I'm bringing that my point, that how wish Monday was organically chosen by the people, that the people said, you know what, we don't want intellectuals anymore. We want someone who is uneducated. We want someone who is from the village, someone who understands our plight. And they now put that person there. Then the child in school who is not able to assimilate education or take in education as easily as those intellectuals would do, we'll be able to look up to Monday and say, okay, if Monday can get there through hard work, anywhere, however we want to place the hard work, Monday is able to get there. Me too, I can get there. But in this case now,
Sorry. Before you go, but I think the point you just make about you wish that Monday Paolo is organic, right? I think that is the job. That is my role now, right?
That's the role I'm playing. My goal is that at the end of these 8 years, how longer it's going to take the ordinary people to actually get my point, that there's power in that illiteracy that they are pushing. The narrative they are putting that this person is not educated. Meanwhile, we are the majority. That if we can actually work together, if it's that insult, right? If it's that the fact that we don't know how to speak English, we are uneducated, we are stupid. If my goal is to use that as a rallying point to the majority, so that by tomorrow means that maybe in 10 years, maybe in 15 years, we will have an organic Monday Paulo. So that's the role that I'm playing. Which is the inspiration you are talking about, right? We hope the young village people will be inspired by him, because that's all you need to do. I don't expect him to do anything wonder. And it is my job to actually shine light on that, because the media will not do that. My role is to say, come, the village man, there's a reason they are telling you Monday Paulo is an illiterate. Yes, I agree. Nobody is an illiterate. But it is not because he's actually an illiterate. They are trying to make sure people like you did not actually wake up from your slumber and say, come. It's not actually a rocket science to be here. All this is just a way to actually annihilate us. So that's actually the role I'm playing. And I'm glad that you are saying it from that angle.
Yeah, I am. I'm seeing it from there. And for me, I perfectly understand you, because to me, I tend to take away the person passing the message and look at, okay, let me listen to what the person is saying, the substance that's coming out from the person's mouth. So that way I'm able to know, okay, this person knows what he's saying or what she's saying. I just think that everyone needs to like take a seat back when it comes to all these political content creators. Like, just take a seat back and try and follow the money. Forget about what they're
Right.
saying. Like, they might say things that would rile you up, or something that would entice you, or something that will prick, okay, your bias confirmation. But look back and say, okay, where is this person's finances coming from? Then when you're able to trace it, then you can now finally make your decision whether this person is passing the right information, or she's not passing the right information. Because people like Tucker Carlson, forget that they have, I think where Forefathers was coming from on Saturday was that I think it's because of the millions of views that they get. And they always see that democracy as what they put to us, that democracy is people coming together to choose their leaders. I think that's where they mistake, but they forget that behind the people going out to go vote, there's somebody that has already pushed those leaders for you to go
Yes.
vote for them. So who is pushing those leaders? Who is sponsoring those leaders? It's just like yesterday, they talked about one senator that was, I think she's a congresswoman for Epstein's, one of the islands that Epstein got.
Green.
Yeah, I don't know her name, but I know she's a black
Yeah.
woman, African American woman. And they were
Oh,
trying to,
wait. Okay.
they were trying to criticize her that she was texting Epstein, or Epstein was texting her during congressional session for Michael Cohen or something. I think Michael, that was the former lawyer for Trump. And
Yeah.
she asked the question about a particular person. And so they were trying to, I think they're trying to censor her or something like that. So I don't know what's going on, but I know yesterday I heard that news. And it just, in my mind, I was like, can you just imagine? You don't know who are the people sponsoring these leaders that you're voting
Right.
for. But all of us will just come out and say we are doing democracy, we are choosing. But it is
And
what
I
it is.
think,
It's just a
I
crazy
think
world.
this is where I totally just disagree with the Tunanja and the other guy. Totally, because, okay, let me even use their logic, because what you are explaining is both where I'm inching my own argument on, which is behind the scene, right? But let's even just stay on that the surface in terms of followership, right? How do you join Tucker Carlson? What's his name?
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, Joe Rogan, they don't have as half of followership as Elon Musk. so make it make sense to me if that is the level of influence you are talking about based on the amount of viewership. Join their subscriber, you know, reach Elon Musk have. You understand?
Yeah.
So on that level, they don't even know what
They don't even reach his wealth. His
talking about
wealth.
here.
They don't even reach his wealth. Even the president of the United States of America, his wealth did not even reach what Elon has. So because everything is all about money. Like even if you have all the followers, who is still paying you? YouTube is paying you. Elon Musk can give you more than what YouTube is paying you. So it's everything is all about the money. Forget that they are coming out to say things that you want to hear, but behind the scene, who is paying them to come out and speak this way? It's just like Tucker, in a way, trying to turn his back against the MAGA movement. So we'll now ask, who is sponsoring you from turning your back against the MAGA movement? Is there somebody sponsoring you? That's how I think. I understand that even Marjorie coming out and speaking the way she's speaking now, what's behind you speaking like this? Last year, you weren't speaking like this. 2 years ago, you weren't speaking like this. You were all for the president. How come all of a sudden, just Epstein changed your mind? But last year or last 2 years, you were criticizing those who were survivors of gun violence in schools. So how come it's just a crazy thing. Like it just makes you just ask questions. You just want to know what's behind all these rhetorics. All of a sudden change. All of a sudden humanity or kindness towards another person. But it is what it is, though. I just wanted to come in and appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. You're muted if you're speaking.
Sorry, blessed. I just had to take a call.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, I was listening to you from about the who is more influential. So that's why I kind of like give up on them. So if you are talking about and again, Tucker Carlson followership, Candace Owen followership are universal, not just America. So it could be maybe it's just 10% of the 1 million followership that they actually know. If you come to America, it's not everybody that knows. It's not that everybody that knows Tucker Carlson. Those people are just popular within the conservative arm of Republican, which is just a tiny sect of the United States. Talking about
exactly.
I mean, so that's like I thought they were kind of joking, but that's like, are you guys serious? You guys know what influence is?
Yeah, exactly. You just nailed it there. Like if you want to talk about his followership, most of his followership are conservatives, which is like how many percent of Americans? Then maybe conservative outside of America would follow him. Like maybe
That's it.
And that's it. Then you can now imagine the rest of the world. And when I mean the rest of the world, I'm also going to put the Middle East too, because the Middle East I don't think they play to the conservative in America. I think they will lean more towards the Democrats. So how many, you can count their followership. You can count how many people that listen to them. Yeah. I think you nailed it there.
So the thing just that's what I was like, because there's no how do I explain what is just too obvious? Like this is obvious now. So it's, at every level, there's no comparison. You can't those be like if you compare themselves within themselves, okay, we can have an argument. You can't compare just content creators to the owner of the platform that they are using. Like how do you make that make sense? How can you be more influential than your landlord? It just doesn't. I don't know. It was wow. It just there's some argument you just kind of like. Are you really like? Okay, it's like I'm not supposed to be here. That's how I felt that day. It's like I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I don't. This is it's too pedestrian in a way.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So now you be the person with the are you be now you be that one person. There's always one person that I suspect. This is that then send down. Maybe not
No, I'm the
the
one. Funny enough, I listen to you. Like if I if I just see your, I'll just click. I click on your notification. Like okay, when you put out, I click. I listen. Like I said, I'm taking the person out of it and putting the message the person is passing out. So that's why I kind of like understand where you're coming from, because you're someone that you've read, just like how me too. At least the little bits I have read, and I understand how the system is being run, and I'm still learning so that I
Amen, of
cannot
course.
be caught unaware, because the way
Yes.
everything is going, if you're not careful, you would not know. Like the way everything is just crazy. It's just like I sent a message about universal income, and in my mind I was wondering how would they implement that.
Well, that's
but
easy.
but we are getting
That's
there.
it's
So
easy. Because everything will be we are fully going to what they call technocracy. So whereby I mean all your law, everything if you want to know is just in your palms. So the president will speak so once we get to that point, you don't finish now. So they know who get job and who no get job, they know who
okay.
deserve the so that's why if you look at the Buhari, I said this Tinubu government, right?
Mm,
They are playing it on their cool now. The goal is to reach more rural communities as an internet banking.
yep.
So it's also part of it. So of course they cannot get the whole world, but the goal is to because it's business, right?
Mm-hmm.
All these platforms are just to enrich them. So
Yeah.
the more as many as they can capture.
Mm-hmm.
So they will. How much? Because if you look at it from these amounts that would they throw around, up and down, these million, billions, billion, right? If
Mm.
if you do the maths, if you how many days, if you have $1 million and you are spending 1,000 every day, it will only just take you 2 years and 7 months to finish it. But if you have $1 billion and you are spending $1,000 every day, you know how long it's going to take you to finish it?
Hmm.
Almost 2,000 plus years, 2,700 years before you finish it. So if you just look at the way we mentioned about this money, and you really want to actually skin into it, how much will it cost them to be given out every month in terms of universal payments? $1 trillion. So
Mm.
it's now and again, when you have corporation that are in $1 trillion scale, right? Google, for instance, let's say Apple, for instance, how many nations are richer than Apple? Maybe the United States and China. That's it. That's just one corporation. So in the next, let's say 50 years, we have maybe just 5 corporations that will tie all these things together. The media will be gone from maybe 1 or 2 sources. The feeding, whatever you think, everything will be so rational. And again, once they subjected a lot of people to the states for handouts, you understand. So again,
Mm.
you know that everybody that will be giving, that will be entitled to the universal money like that, the way they say, they will still classify you whether you deserve them or not. Or on a free food, some people not just voucher and deserve. If they voucher, they are okay. So there it's getting there. The more you struggle to get connected to the system, right? Get a phone. I want to get a phone. The more you get a device, the more you are in. So anything they very easy. And now again, now AI then get now, right? Everything
Mm-hmm.
do how many people they use for Nigeria under 2 seconds, they don't get out. It's not something you have to send a team to Nigeria. No, do all this. No. So by the time they get to what they call AGI, right? What they call AGI, whereby the system itself can think and rational things for himself. It's not finished now. So we are closer than we argue. Plus the war that they are engineering. By the time they finish the Third World War, that will literally shift us to a brand new world in terms of the way we do things. Be more faster, more quicker, more in max. You understand? Elon Musk they brag that within the next 5 months, their factory go fit they produce car every 3 seconds. Now I think in China it's like every 10 seconds they produce like complete car of that 10 seconds. So the Elon Musk factory is aiming for 3 seconds. Just think first. Before Usain Bolt finish 100 meters, they don't produce brand new cars 3. So that's crazy. So it's an interesting one we're getting into. See this now.
Really interesting what we're getting into. Also, just let's come back to Nigeria. Let's come back to Nigeria. So in Nigeria's case now, I wanted to talk about the killings that are going on. And for me, the reason why I haven't really, like in my own personal space, I haven't really talked about the killing is because I feel like, how do I put it that I don't sound insensitive?
At this point, sensitive care. In
For
fact,
me,
you are not actually
I don't tag it as a Christian killing. I don't see it as a Christian killing because these killings it's been happening right from even before the existence of Nigeria. For me, like when I see the killings and when I read about it, it just reminds me of how the slave raid happened. It's like the slave raid is happening all over again in our own lifetime. Because in those, like if you've read books about slave raiding, it tells you how they come in. They come in like this Fulani bandit. They come in the night, but the only thing is that they didn't have AK-47. What they had was their machete and their fire sticks, and they come in. They come in like a circle, like a circle formation, and they just set fires in everybody's hut around that area at that time. And you just see people run out of their houses. Those who can run out would run out. Those who can't run out, they die inside the house. And before you know, they just kill the abled men, because they are coming to you unawares. You don't know, they are coming in the dead of the night to raid you, and they just pack the women and they leave. So for me, the only way, if they are tagged it like they are killing indigenous people, I would buy that. But when you tag it they are killing Christians, for me, I don't buy that idea, because they've been doing the killings before even Christianity existed in Africa. They've been raiding, they come in, they kill, and they take away the people through the bush.
But you know why they do that now? Because 90% of Nigerians are religious.
Yeah.
So so that's why that is a propaganda. That doesn't mean it's not happening. Genocide is happening.
Yeah.
But in order to propagate it to actually buy into that our emotion or what we hold so dear to our heart, which is religion, is to phrase it along that line.
Yeah.
So and it worked. And it worked. It rattled everybody up. But if we say it's genocide, I was like, no, it's not going to be today now. I don't think it's the apple. So some people, it will be very hard for you to get people involved emotionally, right?
Okay.
So
Fair point. If that was what they were thinking, fair point. But the thing that we will now ask again is, the people who are propagating this Christian genocide of a thing, it will come back again to when I said follow the money. Have you tried to follow this trail of people from Ted Cruz down to what's the other senator's name? Is it Massey? No, Massey is the one for the Epstein file, but there's one other one again, from Ted Cruz to that one. Then you now trace it down to, I think, two brothers who are the ones sponsoring. Like it's just a funny web when it comes to this genocide thing, and tie down to the conservative in the
Yes.
US. Like it's just a crazy thing, and I think that you're using it to just milk money. I don't think anything will be
Yes.
done about it.
There's from that angle, you take a look from two sides, right? One, Ted Cruz is looking for a platform to run on come 2028. You know,
Yeah.
that's America. That's what you do. You run not on the political party first. You run on platform because it's all about interest, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So in running on Christian genocide, bring the Catholic, the Presbyterian, the religious people in America under a platform, under that platform already. Right now, is he going to succeed to challenge? No, that's not the point, right? But he just want to look for a platform that he can raise money on, right? So Christian platform is very lucrative. That's
Yeah.
one.
Very
Two,
lucrative.
two. There is now if you want to look at it from the Bill Maher angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a kind of worried some the way the young people from America, both IO, either Democrat or Republican, all of a sudden make what is happening in Gaza as their priority.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
how do we make sure we give them something else to just reduce that? That's where that's the other angle that the map people are coming from, and it's working. I don't know if it's working in that angle because the young people are very laser focused on.
Yeah,
So
so I think you made a point with that, Bill Maher's trying to talk about it. Definitely, like we always say, follow the money, because he knows that he has backers who are Jewish people, and they're
yeah,
trying to reduce that radar of the Gaza people from them. But the thing is that even in the US, it's not working. It
it's not
can
that's
work
right.
it can work in Nigeria, because everybody that has been speaking about the genocide, they're all from Nigeria. I've not really heard Americans actually talk about the genocide in Nigeria.
No, because you see those be mad those clips we are seeing. They popular. Will not be everywhere you go. You listen to be mad for America, which still goes to the point we are making a bad influence, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you go some states, if you say Candizo, they're like, what are you talking about? Why, if you go
Exactly.
to states, everybody know who Candizo is. So
Mm-hmm.
the same thing. So if you go to some places that it's a Christian genocide, you're like, what are you talking about? So, but those things were actually mirrored to Nigeria, which goes back to the owners of the platform, how
Mm-hmm.
influential they are, right? They push what you should hear to you. Just look at all of a sudden, Nigerians are talking about Piers Morgan, Piers Morgan, Piers Morgan. Well, I don't think Piers Morgan did before.
You what you even ask again is how many people in America listen to Piers Morgan?
Exactly. So you see their him. They get him. They just
He-
want to. I mean, this thing
I
is
see.
just
Okay, I feel for Nigerians, like sincerely from the depth of my heart. Like I feel like I could go there and make change. I
yeah,
feel, but the way they push this narrative of Christian genocide, Americans, even right now, Americans don't want their country to go to war. They don't want to fight anybody anymore. They want that money to come back to them. And that is why they are seriously fighting for this Gaza thing to stop. So when you're
but
talking about,
let's
go
see.
ahead. Hmm?
See, okay, but okay, now that's an interesting point you made. But look at it again. If the question you will ask an average American, right, who doesn't want foreign policy shenanigans, but do they understand that without that foreign policy adventure, they will not be the Americans that they are today? Did they ever think it that way? If Elon Musk and the rest don't they get free or cheap resources, will they be able to buy iPhone, buy laptop, and all those? They will not be able to live the life they are living now. So they don't understand that, and that is why. That's why.
Very exact, and that is why their in as much as their content creator always talk about, oh, this person, that person, the content creators do not actually tell them the truth behind the success of America.
No.
It's just few of them that do that. And if you go through their platform, they don't really have that views like that. Their algorithms do not go
Yeah,
viral
there's
because
a reason. That's why I said the
there's a
owner
reason.
are powerful. Then go say, okay, oh, let's
Mm-hmm.
make this guy famous. Let's make this go viral. Let's just
Yeah,
make so.
exactly. You
So
made a good point there that the day American know the reason behind American, I think some of them do know that, but it's not that they are powerless to speak. Some of them do speak out and they will actually tell you the truth that, okay, this is how we got our money. But
those that know are those that are in favor of the need to spread democracy.
okay,
Right?
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You need to,
Yes.
there's a need to go to this place to intervene. Yes,
Yeah.
so they wait. Okay. See, just as you said, if you read why, then when you listen to this people, just they laugh because you can just see that you like what is going on here, right? What's as you suck
Mm-hmm.
out, just put the money, then you are good.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Because
Uh,
this platform, all this platform, they say that's why when they argue about sorry, about AI in a product. This platform where we they talk on so now them now it is now they now hold the responsibility to do the disinformation and misinformation. It is their
mm-hmm.
responsibility because that is the only way them will survive. Because that's the only way. Nobody question about the resources and every other thing. No. So if the people actually understand, nobody will patronize them. There will be problem. So that's
Yeah.
why you see that they who famous, they know why, and they are in a way they are responsible by the algorithm or via the money you talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
You
we'll
see,
continue to listen. We'll continue to
your
hear
friend,
what
he
who is
said,
that?
Nat say thanks a million, Angelica blessed. Please, can you change your name from Lucifer to? You see the problem. You see, everything when they talk, it makes sense to that. But the fact that your name is the problem. Ah, your name. See you.
Um, Nate, Lucifer is not a bad meaning. Lucifer means light. So it's not a bad thing. It means light. But
No,
I appreciate you,
let's
Nate.
assume
And
it's name.
also I understand where Nate is coming from. I understand Nate. Like I understand everybody. But the thing is that we all have to agree to disagree. We all have to, like, if we want to move the country forward, it comes a time where all of us have to come to a place and say, okay, this is how we want it to be. And I know that was when I asked you yesterday that can't we get constitutional lawyers that would go in and read the constitution and find loopholes that can save us. We don't need right now, we don't need external people to come in and save us. We have to save ourselves. There is nobody
Yeah,
that has
but
the interest of Nigerians like Nigerians themselves if we truly want that change to happen in that country. So we need to have, like you were saying yesterday, that how much an average Nigerian can pay a lawyer. So basically all lawyers have been bought by the politicians there. But I believe that
yes,
we have, like, I remember when you were talking about starting a pack and you were talking about starting Turning Point Nigeria. um at first I was like, why would this guy think? Because the reason why I said why would this guy think of starting Turning Point Nigeria, because I was looking at the person who actually started Turning Point here in the US, his ideology and his mindset when he was starting it. So that was what I was trying to put in. I was like, why would Ovie think about that? Is Ovie trying to tell me that he's an extremist like this person? But later on, I was like, okay, even in America, for you to be able to succeed, you have to have PAC, you have to have people that you're sponsoring, you have to have people that will go out and pass that ideology and all that kind of stuff.
yeah,
So I think,
it's more the framework. So I
yeah,
like the framework in which he achieved the result, not necessarily the message or what he said. I know I literally cannot quote Charlie Clark. I can't quote any of his and I don't know that I listen to him like that, but I like the structure, the
mm-hmm,
way they build that structure and it capture young people and
yeah,
like him or hate him. Well, That's a workable template. It works.
Yeah,
So
the structure, yes, I can accept that, but
yes.
the ideology behind it is what me I don't accept. But if
No,
we
no.
can take that structure and use that to be able to teach our own people and structure our own pack that would be able to kick these people out, like sponsor people that would go in. I don't
we,
know,
we,
like.
we need I think again, talking about getting a constitutional lawyer and others, we need people who are not materially conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Because these laws are the way they think. So as soon as you get to that position, that is when you realize that, oh shit, I need
Yeah.
a London LLB. So I need to go and go one course for Harvard. So and all those you cannot afford it. So but somebody is somewhere ready to pay.
Yeah.
So we need people who will put integrity first, because
Mm-hmm.
that thing now is there's nothing like that anymore.
Yeah.
But not people who are not materially conscious. People who know, I don't care, But those people again, their security is what they will fear for. Can we protect them, right? And that is where we need to have build that community. Then whoever will find to say, okay, this person fits to take this position, that means we are ready to die for that person. Because if we cannot protect them from harm, physical harm, then nobody want to stick his or her neck out to
Yeah,
say yes.
but another thing again is that it's easier said than done. So I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it's easier said than done before I make this statement that I want to make. Anything for change to happen, sacrifices has to be made, and that sacrifice could lead to death. So
Oh
if
yeah.
we are going to do something like this, everybody should have that mindset that you are not going to come out of it alive.
Yep.
We shouldn't have that mindset of wanting to preserve our life. And I think that is what and I think that's what they've taught us from small or from young or as a child through religion. Because if you look at these people that come into Nigeria and commit these atrocities, I'm talking about the Fulani headsmen or Boko Haram or all those people. If you see them, you just see them, they're just one riffraff, tiny looking kind of human being. But the guts that this person have to carry AK-47 and come into a community, not knowing that if that community has the same firearm and they would both kill themselves, they are not bothered because they've already been prepped. They've given them that mindset that life is nothing. Everybody comes in and we die. But in our own case, most of us from the South, they've always preached us that life is very precious. Do not die. You have a future. There's you buy a car when you grow up, you have children, you have houses. So they've brainwashed us completely and they've made it, giving us that heaven scenario that, oh, when you die you go to heaven, and if you killed anybody here, you understand, they've just sold this thing, but they didn't sell us that this life is a jungle, this life is military. For you to survive, you have to fight if you want to remain in this life that we are this world that we are living in.
Yep.
Martin Luther King, he knew that he was going to die. He did not hold back and say that, oh, I don't want. No, he went out. Malcolm X knew that he was going to die, but he still kept on pushing. Even I would even say Malcolm X saw death, but he did
Oh
not
yeah,
give up.
because
He did
boys
not
from
run
the
away.
street,
Yeah.
from the street. So
So he kept on pushing, kept on pushing. So I think at this stage in our history, we're not supposed to be making life so sacrosanct. Abi, how would I put it? No, let everybody know that this life is military. The Fulani headsmen that are coming to your community, they don't care about you, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim. They will kill you if you don't do what they ask you to do. So we have to be preaching to people that this is a do or die situation. Like you always say that anything that we are fighting for now, we are not fighting it for ourselves. We are fighting it for the next generation. So for me, I get your point when you say the community, are they going to come out to save the person when they come out? Yeah, I get it. But also the person that is coming out to fight should also know that his life is also going to be at stake, and he should be ready for it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's the leader that will go and teach the people that this is what is at stake, and this is where we will need to go. This is what it's going to take to get there, and it requires the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah.
And because you said it's a mission that you know that it's going to outlive you. So you already know from day one, say, okay, you can be gone anywhere from now. So you are not really after anything, but the focus, okay, before I leave, I have to make sure 5 people were converted. Out of that 5 people, one of them get mad more than me, like me, that will continue. So and that's where our current leaders are selfish. They're not that they don't want to produce. They're not that they like money too much. They like the heaven life, but they don't even want to produce people who see the light like them. Unless you can sacrifice, unless you can give, you can also be bought by that way of life. Then, so is and again, I think why people are still not people are expecting, who don't know better, expecting the ordinary people should just wake up and decide to change overnight. If they know that the man in power is spending more than twice the hours he put in work to make sure the ordinary person don't know anything, until we understand that this is a daily work for the guys in power. Either they stop you from going closer to go and be with them, or they make life difficult. Like that's really their main job. So I think until we also understand that, then we know that, okay, we are fighting against a force that is doing everything to work against us. Because with the way a lot of people just believe that maybe we just wake up one day, the average Nigerian will wake up, okay, enough is enough. Now lie. So Nathan, I don't know why Nathaniel won't know the state where you come from.
Oh my God, Nate, don't worry.
I'm listening and I'm learning. That's why I like to keep going. Okay. I don't be like you now. You that are still worried about, even though you agree with everything you say, you are still worried the fact you are still worried because you don't like her name. So the problem is that it's not that Monday Paulo will not perform or he not go fit perform. You just don't like the fact that he knows how to speak English. You see my problem. So it's not that blessing. It's not that blessing. It's not making sense to you. But the fact that her name na Lucifer, no, she's not good enough. We are.
Yeah, hopefully one day, I hate to say this. I hate to always say that hopefully one day we'll get there, but I just feel like we can just wake up immediately. Like everybody should just wake up quick. Like that's that for me. I just feel like time is going, and someone who was born in the millennials, like I just feel like our generation, we are at the verge of joining the baby boomers and Gen X for spoiling Nigeria. We are at that.
Oh,
We are at that verge.
we are already there now because
No,
99%.
most of us in the millennials, we still have some people who are still in their 30s. So we are hoping that those ones who are still in their 30s can be able to join the Gen Z and do something. Then while we already have some who are, I think millennials, the oldest person in millennials should be like 44. Yeah, the oldest person should be like 44. So we still have some millennials in their 30s that we are hoping that, okay, they'll wake up and demand for that change that we need. So a little bit, that's why I said we are still at that verge of millennials not adding to the baby boomers and Gen X for filling Nigeria. And I'm hoping that we'll get there one day. We'll be able to get it one day. But I will keep saying it that the Gen X, and the baby boomers. And I don't know what generation they are going to call Nnamdi Azikiwe them. Those people completely failed us. I don't care whether they call them founding fathers. For me, I just feel like they are founding fathers who just catwalk to number 10 Downing Street to go and ask for independence when their mates went out, all out, and fought. America here that all of us run to, America stood up to the British. They fought. And that is why they are able to speak the way they are speaking. So you, that your founding fathers just catwalked down to Downing Street with Agbada and demand and just requested. They didn't even demand, they requested. See, the two words are different. Requesting and demanding. Completely different. Your founding fathers requested for independence and they gave you independence with a clause. So like sometimes when you read some kind things and when you listen to some kind of things, your head will just be like, what the hell? Like, what happened? And Nate, the reason why I have Lucifer on my name is I'm rebelling. I'm rebelling against the system. I'm rebelling against the religious system. I'm rebelling against the world system as a whole. So that is why you see me have Lucifer on my name. And I'll just end it here. Thank you so much, Ovi.
You are triple much. I appreciate your time. So I think now I don't know who you be. I will provoke you so that you will come on. And if I don't provoke you, you know go come up. So I will be doing it deliberately now. So I know now I know what to I know at least I know who to target. I know who I'm talking to. I appreciate your time though. Thank you very much.
All right, no worries. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye. What did they call you? Nat. See, that the only way if it is support the super charge with that is via Cash App. So I don't know. That's the only way for now. Oh, plus I get I go need to reactivate buy a coffee. That's another way, but it's been plenty years. So you are curious. You want to now they tell you now support the channel by using Cash App. So you see, so I don't understand. Nat, if a blessing who maybe at one point they decide where you did trying to figure out what this Igbo smoker, what's he talking about? Which part in there? See, she took her time to understand what I'm talking about. Forget about me first. And forget about the people why they support. She trying to understand, okay, what is this guy fucking talking about? You know, as somebody who has read White too, she get it. And still, nobody says she still not disagree with some of the point that I have. She does. But for you, Nat, I don't know. I don't understand you. you don't even want to understand my point. Yeah, you see, I don't even disagree with her. You know, in any of the point that she raised, because she clearly tell me why. She will give me the reason why she knows that I'm supporting this person. She will tell me why this person. She's so many ways she break it down. But you cannot see past me. I'm my godfather, Paolo. Why? Why are we your problem? we might just be part of it, but we are not your problem. Okay, let's make a deal. Keep bringing people like Blessed and all your sin shall forgiven. Not supporting evil APC in Nigeria after reading all that books. Boy, I never tell you I'm the APC supporter. I don't even know where that one come from, sir. I never tell you I'm the APC supporter. I was just talking about it yesterday that I was going to join PDP. I wanted to start for PDP. So I don't know where you see how see past me and Paulo, you will see, you will understand me just like Blessed did. Good and powerful submission. I am very rebellious too. In fact, most of my friends call me Batty Rebel. So why if you're a rebel, you're supposed to see my own stand. Everybody like they rebel his own way. You see, blessed say she they rebel against the religious people. That's why she they bear Lucifer. But still, you still not see that. You still want her to change her name. I am rebelling because they say my governor knows how to speak English. And I like people who knows how to speak English because I know how to speak English. But no, you couldn't see pass beyond that. You say they must be paying me. I must be APC supporter. Just come here, they put some for my Gary. Now, if it was APC one employ me now, because of you, they will say, okay, that guy don't get you. He's already with us. I don't know, I'm not with APC. All right. Let's go back to our lecture from our forefathers.
The system that the Nkrumah generation rejected is existing now. The system whereby all the roads and railways and everything led to the extraction of resources to come to Takoradi to be shipped away. It's the same thing that is existing. But even all the gold, the bauxite, all they'll come back and ship away. There's no value added to it. It's still the same system. So that's why I'm saying you should not be accepting it. Reject it. It's the same system. That is what Nkrumah called neo-colonialism. And it was his book that he wrote and published in 1965. Neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism. When the British Prime Minister at that time and the American President, Harold Wilson, at Whitehall, and Lyndon B. Johnson at White House, they threatened Nkrumah not to publish that book or face the consequences. And he published it and faced the consequences.
Yes, sir. So you are the architect behind the celebration of Black History Month in the UK. Can you please tell us the story of how it all came about?
If you permit me, I'll have to go back a little bit.
Sure.
I entered the UK in late January 1984 as a refugee. I was running away from political persecution under the Rawlings regime.
Nate, I suspect you, this guy. You be like say you be
January
4th, student.
1984, they sent their death squad after me.
I heard that word first.
They surrounded where I lived, cantonments just opposite the Guinean embassy, not far from the British.
You are disrespectful to my constituents.
And
Bila say I be not na pansat. I think not. Not, let me make you happy by changing the background.
Wanted to abduct me and basically go and kill me, just like they killed the judges. They sent almost about 30 armed soldiers surrounded the house, but I managed to escape. And it was the PDCs and the WDCs and the unions who gave me protection. And that same evening, there was radio, TV announcement that I was been declared a wanted man. And the borders and everybody should be looking out for me. But with the help of the unions and the defense committees. They were protecting me from town to town, village to village, and all that, hiding me and all that. The advance party will go and see that this is clear and all that. So for about 2 weeks, getting to 3 weeks, playing and hide and seek with the security agencies. So they managed to help me, and we crossed the river and over the boat into Côte d'Ivoire. And then from there, I took a flight to Paris, and then went to London and became a refugee.
Sinan, sorry to cut you, but why were you being persecuted by the regime?
It's difficult to tell, but I think I had touched.
This has been the impact of the 1966 coup on Ghana and Africa as a whole.
A watershed.
This has been the impact. This has been
The state of Ghana. Look at the state of Nigeria, Côte d'Ivoire, Sudan, Congo. Because these states and their independence are not linked up to the total liberation and unification of the African continent, their independence have become meaningless. That is the essence and value of Nkrumah to Ghana and Africa.
Let me go back.
So you are the architect behind the celebration of Black History Month in the UK. Can you please tell us the story of how it all came about?
If you permit me, I'll have to go back a little bit.
Sure.
I entered the UK in late January 1984 as a refugee. I was running away from political persecution under the Rawlings regime. On January 4th, 1984, they sent their death squad after me. They surrounded where I lived, cantonments.
Nat, you say no, bro. I stopped going to Niger Watch since 2 years now. Since 2 years, they couldn't tolerate my rebellion. They feel my bad ideas were too, my bad idea were too rebellious for them. Now, so you and them, what is the difference between you and Niger Watch now? Last time where I want to go Niger Watch, I go, the guy see me for the background. He tell me, say, if I don't change my name, I don't come on Monday, Paolo as my name, he no go bring me in. Like say that joke, the guy no agree me. Just say because I won't enter as blessed come on now with Lucifer blessed. I'll come to say because her name now get Lucifer. If she no come out, I no go bring her up. That's exactly what the guy tell me. I said that joke. So for my eye, what's the difference between you and them? You were the hate on my governor, my godfather. Well, you see how? So who is? Who are you? Nat. Last if you come on, I go know you. I go know who you be. Yeah, because I don't understand.
Just opposite the Guinean embassy, not far from the British High Commission in that area. And wanted to abduct me and basically go and kill me, just like they killed the judges. They sent almost about 30 armed soldiers surrounded the house, but I managed to escape. And it was the PDCs and the WDCs and the unions who gave me protection. And that same evening, there was radio, TV announcement that I was been declared a wanted man, and the borders and everybody should be looking out for me. But with the help of the unions and the defense committees, they were protecting me from town to town, village to village, and all that, hiding me and all that. The advance party will go and see that this is clear and all that. So for about 2 weeks, getting to 3 weeks, playing and hide and seek with the security agencies. So they managed to help me, and we crossed the river and over the boat into Côte d'Ivoire. And then from there, I took a flight to Paris, and then going to London, and became a refugee.
Senior, sorry to cut you, but why were you being persecuted by the regime?
It's difficult to tell, but I think I had touched on the nerves of the sensitivities of the regime and what their backers were concerned about. It was, I think, the whole issue around gold. I wrote a series of articles under a pen name, and the title of the article was Ghana's Gold, the Revolution Sinks or Swim by It. And I went into history to show how Ghana was very rich in gold, how we indigenous ourselves, how we mined and everything, where the gold deposits and all that, that if the revolution really meant well, then they should put their hands in all the gold and declare gold a strategic mineral asset of the nation. That not a single ounce of gold will leave the country without value added. And that we are going to build our own Fort Knox and hold our own gold bars and revive our gold, what do we call the goldsmith industry, because we were very industrial. Instead of people going to Dubai and India and all that, they have to come here and buy gold trinkets, gold jewelry and all that. And this found favor with the mine workers union and all that, and it agitated and it raised some concern in the country and all that. So I had touched on the very reason that also got Nkrumah overthrown, because Nkrumah had a plan that by 1972 we were going to have total control over our gold and all that. That is why they were building the refinery at Takwa. Yes. And then not a single foreign exchange of Ghana will be deposited abroad.
The guy na Ado Adai Sebo na Ghanaian. So I gotta show you the video, the full video and more. Now you go with TV that their names Talking Africa. Akai Aba Adai Sebo, the founder of Black Panther Month in the UK, sit down with the I don't know. Who is Adai?
To begin with, there are many who know you, but there are also unfortunately many who may not know you. So can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, I always find it difficult talking about myself. I was born in Kumasi area, just about 200 meters away from the Kumasi fort, which was the last battlefront of the Yasantua War. And so the spirit of the Adum area, in that particular area near the post office, the Bank of Ghana area, the prisons, at the heart of it, that is where I was conceived by my mother, my father, and that's where I was born. So, and also during the period of the campaign for independence. So I was born in a period of change, a period of turmoil, a period of agitation, a period of the time that the youth were saying that no, we are tired of living under colonial rule. They must pack and go, and we will determine our own destiny. That was the period that I was born in. India had just gotten its independence in 1947, and the World War had not ended, had ended almost about 6 years ago. And so it was a period that also shaped me. The spirit of it shaped me. So
you there, Mabi?
At that time, and all that I picked up later was that the country was too small for Rollins and I. So one had to give way. So they came for me, but I managed to escape.
Okay, so now back to you.
Yeah.
Arriving in the UK.
Yeah, so I arrived in the UK.
Come, now you dey pray, man. You say thank you so much for the first time. I enjoy your great. So don't no happy first. So if YouTube no fuck me up, I will do another one. You get one Kenyan professor. You go like that one too. Hey, you go like that one. But I would need to know where this one will survive because YouTube they misbehave when they get some kind of area where you go to go. YouTube no go. They go block the video later on.
And at that time, CLR James had moved to England and was living in Brixton with the Race Today collective run by Dakus and Lila Howe. So naturally, CLR James is my mentor, political father, and all that. So I went and pitched camp with him. And I quickly became the chairman of the African Refugee Housing Action Group. And later on, there came a job opening at the Greater London Council, and they needed someone who can handle it. So I was basically headhunted and given a job at the Greater London Council. And then I became responsible for special projects dealing with anti-apartheid campaigns, anti-racism campaigns, and all that. And then it's also ensuring equal opportunities and treatment of Blacks, of Asians, or disadvantaged people, including gays and lesbians, travelers, immigrants, and all that. So my brief was very wide, and it all centered around working to bring racial harmony within the local authorities, so that all those living and paying taxes and living within the London boroughs they will enjoy equal access to services without any discrimination. That was what was involved in. And then one day, I lived in Wandsworth on Lavender Hill at that time. In 1985, I was going to work. I got to work, normally I got to work early, and the Greater London Council, which was on the Thames, just adjacent the Houses of Parliament. And I go to work, and then the group secretary, she had her head on her desk, and I noticed that she was crying. So I said, "What's the matter, Elizabeth? What's the matter?" She raised up her head with tears and said, "Would you believe it? Last night, I was putting Marcus to bed. And after prayers, as I left the room, Marcus called me back to his bedside. And Marcus, looking at me, asked me, 'Mom, why can't I be white?' She said she was at a loss. She couldn't understand where the question came from. Looking at the son and said, 'My son, 6-year-old son, who I have deliberately named after Marcus Garvey, questioning his identity. Why can't I be white? 6-year-old. Then she said, I have failed my son. I have failed my son. I have failed my son. And I said, no, hell no, Elizabeth, you have not failed your son. You have not failed, don't say that. You have not failed your son. It is rather the institutions of state, the Department of Education, the national curriculum, the local authorities, the schools, the churches, the museums, the libraries, the universities. They have failed your son. But not only your son, but every child growing up in this United Kingdom has equally been failed. So don't say that. I calmed her down, and something stirred up in me that something has to be done. Something had to be done. In the belly of Babylon, the belly of imperialism, the financial capital of the world, whose wealth was based on the appropriation and exploitation of the ancestors of young Marcus. And young Marcus growing up in this United Kingdom has been made to question his identity.
Yes, if the Congo guy is Patrick Lumumba, you say, when can we have lived like at least like these people? He's still alive now. This is not like 2 days ago, they post about me. So he's one of our leaders. Wale Soyinka. You get one guy. I understand what you mean though. With what I think that's the problem I have with Dele Farotimi. Before Dele Farotimi begin campaign for presidential candidate, it used to serve this purpose, you know, even though it's not his Pan-Africanism views. I don't know, I won't say it's limited or whatever, but That of the Nigerian, it was pretty much positioning himself in that direction. He get one Edo guy, one Edo man. What with this man again? I'm going to find out.
There was something wrong. Something had to be done about this. Something had to be done about this. And that kept ringing in my ears. That kept ringing in my ears. That kept ringing in my ears. So I set myself the task of trying to do something about it. And I was in a position to do something about it because I was in a strategic position, working within the ethnic minority unit of the Director General's office. That how seriously the leader, Ken Livingstone, took the issue of racism and apartheid. So I happened to be working with that committee and the unit, ethnic minorities unit. And it was all, the ethnic minority unit was under the principal race relations advisor to the entire council, Mr. Ansel Wong, a brilliant activist born in Trinidad, community activist and organizer. And I discussed the problem with him and he encouraged me. So I drew out a program that London is going to celebrate the contributions of Africans and people of African descent to world civilizations. London should deal with the problem of the trauma faced by young Marcus and the mother. I confronted the trauma in the eyes and the weeping eyes of Elizabeth, Marcus's mother. She was in trauma, and the son was also in trauma. That cannot continue. Something had to deal with it. So if they knew their past and what they have done and all that, that will be helpful. In the same way that I benefited from the Young Pioneer Movement and Nkrumah and the teaching of the African personality and all that, I saw no reason why that should not be also within our communities. And moreover, I was in the US and I was part of the campaigns that led to President Ford making a proclamation to change the History Negro Week, the Negro History Week, to Black History Month. That was in 1976. So I knew about that. So the first thing was to create a climate in London and across the country for the population to have an appreciation of Africa's contribution to world civilization and the schools and all that. So we organized a series of lectures funded by the Greater London Council, bringing the best brains we have, psychiatrists, psychologists, historians, scientists, and all that from the US, Africa, Europe, and brought them to London to give lectures all over, and some went to Birmingham, Bristol, Glasgow, Manchester, all over the place. So we created a buzz and atmosphere in London about Africa, to counter the negative images at that time. The war in Ethiopia, the hunger, the pestilence that faced Ethiopia, and what you saw on television with kids with flies on their noses and all this were off-putting for the young ones. It was difficult for them. And you know that young ones also can be very cruel in school playgrounds and all that. They will be laughing at you, look at you, African, do this and all that. So it was difficult, very difficult period. So that was the essence of it. And we organized it, and within the artistic sphere, so we brought in some of the top artists in Africa. I brought in Ganaba, Max Roach, Leta Mbulu, a whole lot. Then lecturers, some of the best man history, Ben Jekanan, John Henry Clark, Tony Martin. We brought all Angela Davis. At that time, we brought Winnie Mandela and all. We brought them, Gassa Machel and
Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yes, all of them. Sally Mugabe and all them. We brought them. And it was possible because of the personal relationship I had with all of them also, majority of them. And they were coming to support they understood what I was trying to do. So they willingly, when I threw my hands to them and said, come in and all that, and with the support of the Greater London Council, they all came to support what we were trying to do. Okay. And that we did that. Then we noticed that the period 1987-88 was a unique period. It marked the 150th anniversary of emancipation from slavery in the Caribbean, the 100th anniversary of the birth of Marcus Garvey, the 30th anniversary of Ghana's independence, and the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity. So we said that we are going to celebrate the period 1987-88 as African Jubilee Year. African Jubilee Year. So then to do that, you have to get a proclamation made and for the councils to adopt that declaration and pass it. So I drafted the African Jubilee Year Declaration, and the declaration basically went into the history of colonialism, imperialism, neocolonialism, the slavery, enslavement, and the impact on us, and then the fight against apartheid, to support apartheid, and the need to support, not to undermine the independence of the African nations and movements and all that, because at the back of my mind, I knew what had been done to Nkrumah, Lumumba, and all that. You see, so I put all this in the declarations, and I managed to get it passed. You see, with the support of an enlightened leadership at the Greater London Council. We were lucky and blessed to have an enlightened leadership. And remember, that period also was a very difficult period. It was a time that Reagan was in the White House and Margaret Thatcher was in Whitehall. And these two giants were doing everything to support the apartheid regime and all that. And then they considered the councillors at the Greater London Council as socialist, communist, red, leftists, and all that. They wanted to abolish the Greater London Council. So we were under a lot of pressure, but we managed to get this thing through. So the declaration, at the end of the declaration, said that the month of October and every October thereafter is going to be declared Black History Month. And this was passed by the 32 boroughs of London. Then we had an association of local authorities against apartheid, which brought together nearly 120 authorities across the country. So all of them supported the declaration and became a nationwide thing. So the month of October was decided. And we decided on the month of October for a reason. I knew, and most of us also knew, that Black History Month was celebrated in February in the US. But Black History Month, Carter G. Woodson in 1926, when he set up the Negro History Week, was based on that February was the month that Frederick Douglass and Washington were born. And February is cold. It's during the heat of the winter. And the weather is not very friendly. So we have to situate it at a period that will be good. But what was important was that it's about children. The trauma that young Marcus was going through and every children. So we had to situate it in a period where the children had come back from their long vacation to the schools, and they were not saddled with exams. Their minds were fresh, and there was a lot of camaraderie and bondship, sharing experiences. This long vacation, I went here, and this, I experienced this, and all that. So it's a period of sharing and learning and all that. And that was also in sync with the African custom, what the autumn equinox meant to us as Africans. It's a period of the harvest, the period of plenty, the period of sharing, the period when all the chiefs, sub-chiefs, and the elders and all, they gathered at the capital to examine the state of the nation. And where difficulties are, they are settled, differences are settled, and then they go back to their respective principalities and villages and towns so that the union or the kingdom remain strong. So it's a period of stock taking. We take stock. So that is why we chose October.
Right, senior.
That's why we chose October. And so in 1987, October, we launched the African Jubilee Year at the Westminster Central Hall on June 30th, 1987. And I had invited President Mugabe to come and launch it. But an emergency meeting of the OAU was taking place on, I think, 2nd July or so he couldn't make it. So the Central Committee decided to send Sally Mugabe. So she came to launch the African Jubilee Year at the Westminster Central Hall. And we chose the Westminster Central Hall because of its historical importance to us, because it was a gathering area and the preparation for the 5th Pan-African Congress. And in Nkrumah, they used to use that place. That is why I chose that place for historical purposes and linkage and for sense of spiritual continuity and all that. So we got Burning Spear and others to come. It was a wonderful event, And then Fast forward, we moved to October, and I invited Dr. Mwalanga Karenga, who is the founder of Kwanzaa, if you heard about Kwanzaa. And I invited him to come and launch Black History Month together with the council leaders and all that. And now it's grown up to be under the largest event period in Europe. Yeah, it's incredible. So everybody celebrates Black History Month.
Yes, and it is the brainchild of yourself sitting here. And on behalf of all African people and people of African descent, especially in the UK, I want to say thank you for putting in the work to make it possible. Yes, and Senior, beyond that, in December of 2022, you were conferred with the honorary doctorate of literature at the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies. How did that make you
feel? It was a surprise, and I think it was the students' body that did that. I think I had a session with them, and which moved the students, and I think they helped, and together with another Ghanaian, Ama Fusua Poku, who is a librarian at the School of Oriental and African Studies Library. And she also worked with the student body. And it was basically a recognition of what I've done with Black History Month, what I've done with regards to facilitating an end to the civil wars in Liberia and Sierra Leone. I've done the Organization of African Unity, where I helped to set up what we now call the Council of the Wise. It was the Eminent Persons Advisory Panel, which I helped to set up. And the first chairman was this former, during the war, Gowon, Yakubu Gowon. I deliberately chose Yakubu Gowon because he got a civil war in Nigeria ended and all that. And his deputy was Ben Bella, the former president of Algeria. I deliberately chose Ben Bella because of the significance of Ben Bella and all that. So I did that. There are some other things that I did also that they recognized and felt that they should honor me, and they gave me that honor.
Now I want to ask you about the Asad before. What did Kwame Nkrumah mean for Ghana and Africa?
First, coming to Ghana, the question that has to be asked is, why was the name Ghana chosen for the secular state that came to be known as Ghana, was put together? The Gold Coast, the Northern, the Volta, Ashanti, and all that, putting it together to form the secular state called Ghana. And they chose the name Ghana. Why Ghana? They chose the name Ghana after the ancient empire of Ghana. And what was that ancient empire of Ghana? It was known as the land of jurisprudence, the land of law and order, the land of discipline, the land of wealth, gold. And statecraft and governance was such that there was no corruption as such. If you dropped your purse full of money or gold or whatever it is on a street, and you remember where you dropped it, and you go back and you find it lying there, no one will touch it. If after a couple of hours a day they find it there, they will take it to the palace, and you can go to the palace and claim it. That was the level of discipline. And that was what Ghana was supposed to mean to us, you and I. Because when you are naming a child, you name a child for the child to be inspired that name to grow and develop the characteristics of the person that you are naming the child after. That is part of our custom. So Ghana, the Nkrumah generation chose the names Ghana for a purpose. In the same way that they chose 6 March as Independence Day to counteract the bond of 1844, which was signed on the 6th of March, 1844. So Nkrumah, everything that they did had a meaning behind it. So Ghana lived up to what it was supposed to be, and to be a leader, as the old Ghana Empire was a leader, a land of enlightenment, a land of civilization, discipline, growth, which had ambassadors going to Spain, Portugal, all over the place. A well-organized society. So that was what Nkrumah was about the African personality. That if we did it before, we can do it again. Despite the trauma of colonialism, imperialism, enslavement, and all that. It is within our DNA. We built the pyramids. We built civilizations. So if we dig very, very, very deep, we can recover ourselves and take pride in ourselves and rebuild.
No, so they say we have to consult with IMF, World Bank,
of Nkrumah,
British
Ghana
Museum,
and Africa. And what is important is that Nkrumah was very clear on the dais at Polo Grounds at midnight when the British flag was pulled down and then the Ghana flag was...
That was the argument that Damaji and who was trying to push. If we do it before, so why are we not doing that? That's the question you should be asking. That should be a self-reflection. There's no way we can dig deep because we must still believe that our past was evil. So we still need to work in tandem with the people who come and destroy what you had. We need to go and consult them. We need to attend their schools. We need to copy their way of life and all that kind of stuff. That's stopping us from digging deep. Instead of studying the past, there's no good they study the future that they created for us. That's what they replace history with. They replace it with the common things that will mirror the civilization they want us to reach. Religion teaching is more important than history in Nigerian schools. Because the only way we can bounce back is to dig deep. How do we dig deep? It's through questioning ourselves, educating ourselves, key researching. Because we did it before.
They return Benin brow. If they see that if you replicate out, there's just no we need to point of stealing it in the first place. People who believe that what they stole from them, they cannot keep it until they go and ask for the people who stole it to tell them how to keep it. But they want to dig deep. How there we are, educated fellows.
Was lifted up, and he spoke extempore. He said, the spirit of Garvey, the spirit of Toussaint Louverture, Harriet Tubman, all of the Yassam, all of them was there. Their spirits were there at that moment. So he linked, in just a few seconds, linked the whole struggle to emancipation in the Caribbean, in the United States, in Europe, all over the African diaspora, that we were organically linked. And so, for the independence of Ghana to be meaningful, it has to be linked up with the total liberation and unification of the African continent. Oh my goodness, that is profound. And now, as I'm speaking to you now, look at the state of Ghana. Look at the state of Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Sudan, Congo. Because these states and their independence are not linked up to the total liberation and unification of the African continent, their independence have become meaningless. That is the essence and value of Nkrumah to Ghana and Africa.
Right, Sia. What would you say has been the impact of the 1966 coup on Ghana and Africa as a whole?
A watershed. And the West, they knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. Please, we have to look carefully at the period when Lumumba was killed, assassinated, and then the drive towards dealing with settler regimes like the apartheid South Africa and Rhodesia in that period, and the period when the French were testing atomic bombs in the Sahara and all that, the Algerian Civil War and all this. So that period between 61 and 66 was the Vietnam War was going on, the world was totally agitated.
What is the difference now? America don't the test bomb already. The Russians are doing it. Ukraine are at war. There's civil war in Saudi, in South Sudan and Sudan. Tension everywhere. And people still they fight for who will be president, who will be governor. Not. The war they reshuffle itself. So we are the familiar territory.
And then Nkrumah, here was somebody who was doing something about it, that we have to be independent, we have to unite and all that. And we did not get the African OAU that we wanted. The Americans had to use the Monrovia and the Brazzaville clubs to undermine what we wanted to do. And of course, Haile Selassie was also used by the Americans and all that. And the last thing that they wanted was Accra to be the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity. And they achieved it. So the coup was a major blow, a setback, because it halted the advance of Ghana and Africa. But what you have to understand is that they had to stop Nkrumah. The last thing that they wanted to see happen was the OAU, the first chairman, by virtue of it being taking place in Addis Ababa, was Haile Selassie. Then the second chairman was NASA, 1964. And 65, Nkrumah, they had to stop it. For the whole of Africa, for the chairmanship to come to Ghana, they had to do everything to stop it. And they did it. That is what you have to know. And you as a Ghanaian, you have to know and understand who you are as a Ghanaian and how the West, the Americans, the Israelis, the Germans, the French, the British, the Canadians, Australians, how they see you. You are a threat to their means of survival, exploiting, taking our minerals and others cheaply. You are a threat because as a Ghanaian, you have a tradition of resistance to colonialism, imperialism. You form the Aboriginal Rights Society.
Some very slow people, they will just open their mouth for international platform. Our resources, which kind of resources? Like, it's fucking music.
And all that. So that is you, the Ghanaian, you have to know. You have been fighting against this colonization and exploitation. You've been fighting against it. Ni Kwamina Boni is in you. Kojo Thompson is in you. Yasantua is in you. That is what you represent as a Ghanaian. So you are a threat to their interests. So your sense of enlightenment and having command over your own history and what has happened and having the value of a sense of your African personality, you are a threat to their interests. That is why their eyes, eagle eyes, are on Ghana to make sure that Ghana stays in their orbit of control. Because
somebody goes, "No, that's Ghana, it's not Nigeria. Oh, it's Ghana, it's not Nigeria."
Ghana rises up, the whole of Africa rises up.
Now you are the young.
They don't want that history ever to happen again. And that's what you should know. And that's what the essence of the coup d'etat took place, to make sure that Nkrumah did not serve as the chairman of the Organization of African Unity at that critical period of 65, 66, that period, for the chairmanship to come to Accra. They were scared of what was the consequences of it. It has to be stopped. So Harold Wilson, the British Prime Minister, and the American President at that time, Lyndon Johnson, so they conspired. To get Nkrumah out and organize the coup. They conspired. They tricked him. You see. And what is interesting is this. You have to be asking questions. Even if you read Dark Days in Ghana, it's in there. Getting to the last quarter of 1965, Nkrumah reorganized his security services and appointed a civil servant, Eric Otu, as the coordinator. And Nkrumah says it, that intelligence also had come to him that Hale and Deku and some of the police forces, Mahonyaga and others, they were involved in diamond racketeering with Israeli security and intelligence people. So he got the Attorney General, Geoffrey Dean, to investigate. And Geoffrey did and investigated and gave the report to Eric Otu to send to Nkrumah. And Eric Otu, instead of sending a report to Nkrumah, he went and showed the report to Hale and Deku. Unknown to Nkrumah, Eric Otu was a CIA asset. And guess what? When the PNDC came to power, Kojo Chikata was in charge of foreign affairs. He was basically helping to run the country. And who did they appoint as their ambassador to the US? It was Eric Otu. And at that time, who was vice president of the US? It was George Bush Sr.
The former CIA was.
Yes. So you have to be asking questions and be thinking. You can link you can link it up. Why would they do that? They knew what they were doing. So why would they go for structural adjustment?
Once you try to do that, they'll say you are a conspiracy theorist. You two they blame, you two they blame. Everything I blame. You are blaming the West, you are blaming the West. No. It's part of understanding how the world works.
And all these things, and being the golden boys of the IMF and the World Bank and all that, it has a history. It has a history so that I told you goes back to the Congo. So that is what Nkrumah in the 66 coup, and we haven't recovered from that. Because if it had not happened,
this is cool.
Remember that in 1961, in April, Nkrumah had made the Dawn broadcast that he was going to the place of cleaning the rotten system. He was cleaning it. He was cleansing it. You see, and there was resistance by the Gbedemas and the Botsiot and again and all them. They were resisting it. You see, Ayekumi and all these people, they were resisting him. And he was building up the young pioneer rapidly, a new generation of people to come up. And this whole thing was crashed down, was crushed by the Americans and the British, the Germans, the Belgians, the Australians, the Canadians, and all that. But come to think of it, the very forces that use their intelligence and security apparatus to undermine and overthrow the Nkrumah regime, they have become the beneficiary of the commanding heights of the Ghanaian economy. The Australians, the Canadians, the Americans, the British, the oil, the gold, the gas, the this, the lithium. They control it. Destroy the industrial ingenuity of Ghana, Swedro contractors, and all these who were building and all that. We have destroyed them. This is the Ghana. That is the harvest that those who organize the overthrow of Ghana. Ghana has become their farm, their harvest, their plantation, and they have placed supervisors, overseers. That is the executive. That is the Dukadaya. You see, that's why I call them Dukadaya. They are one and the same. They are the same.
Dukadaya, that's how I speak. Nigeria, now I speak you with a Ghanaian language. Dukadaya, we are all one. They are all the same. Some group 10, that's what it is. Dukadaya.
And then I ask, Dukadaya, their value is the same. And then I ask the question, what sort of mind will give a counterfeit note to the blind? And that is what the Dukadaya are. They are giving us counterfeit note. They are so wicked that they will offer a counterfeit note as an offertory on Friday prayers and on church service on Sunday to people, knowing that it's fake, it's false. And that is how they are running down this country. They are fake. We have to get rid of them. And it is your responsibility to do that. And you have to organize it. And you have to do that with inspiration from Nkrumah, because that's how they organize themselves to get rid of the British colonial system. And now we have the neo-colonial system, which is being run by what Fanon described as what? Black skin, white mask, right?
Yes.
Then as far back as the 1920s, Kobnasechi, the lawyer, he wrote a book, The Blinkards, showing the problem that we have with black skin, white masks, who have sold their soul out to the imperialists and keeping us down as the middle folks.
Senior, finally, I want you to share a message to young people today who are.
When they talk about these things, that these are our imam, our pastors, our politicians, all these men, they are captured, literally. That the link, that then the power, if we don't understand that relationship, we can never get organized. There will always be a counter and because we don't seem to understand the struggle. We don't want to accept, because in the real sense of it, we are all compromised. One way or the other, it will all trickle back to. But we need to understand, regardless of all that, it will be a sacrilege to just keep going without confronting it, so that the next generation, the fight will be so clear and obvious to them. Because we just have to agree that we are all compromised. Literally, 1 of every 4 Nigerians is an asset. No, 1 of every 4 educated Nigerians, let me put it that way, is an asset. By virtue of his or her training, of education, not be saying any other thing.
Drowning in despair and hopelessness due to lack of opportunities. I want you to speak to them and just, I don't know what you'd have to say to them, but I just want you to speak to the young people who are watching this interview and are looking for a way out.
They must see themselves as the way out. You are the way out. You are suffering. Your parents are suffering. Please, see the trickstery, the fraudulent nature of the whole system. And you are supporting the system and making the system work and survive, because you are tolerating the mess. Just look at the education system. You, as a youth, you graduate from high school, from the university, with a PhD, master's and BA, and you don't have a job. And you are still sitting on your parents. And your parents are subsidizing you. And by that means your parents are subsidizing the government. The money that should go on to provide quality education for you and job opportunities for you, what are they doing with the money? They are stealing the money and sending it to Panama, sending it to other islands, havens and all that. So you have to know what is happening, because your parents sacrifice. When you go to school, your parents have to provide everything, to the extent that nowadays students in boarding schools have to buy pure water to drink. This is very cruel and unacceptable. Unacceptable. So our children in the boarding schools, they are open to health and mental problems, because at least you should have not less than 3-4 liters of water a day to drink. They cannot afford. So they will take 5 sachet, whatever, of water, because they can't afford to buy about 6, 7, 8 sachet water. They can't. Do you know what is doing to their health and their mental state? We are wicked. My generation is very, very wicked. We are really, really wicked. Wicked. We've messed you up. We've messed your generation up. So the liberation is you. You have to say that I don't accept this order.
In Jesus' name, amen.
This neo-colonial order, I don't accept it. It is dehumanizing us. It is making our parents poor, impoverished, and we don't accept it. We are going to do something about it. Unless you rise up to do something about it, how can you be getting to 40 and you still call yourself a youth with no job? Who is responsible for that?
That's what Nat is trying to tell me.
Those who call themselves government and their civil servants and those institutions of state. They are responsible for your state of unemployment, the sense of hopelessness that you feel. They are responsible. And you have to get to a point where you say no. But you don't do it alone. It's an organized action. Just like Kwame Nkrumah did. He came and went down to the countryside, organized the youth, the market women and all that. You should be organizing yourself. You should not be suffering and tormenting yourself alone. Find each other, gather around a tree and sit down and study. Study. Look at the environment that you live in, the bad roads, the dead that surround you. Find a way. Talk with the local chiefs and all that, that we have to do something about it. The change comes from you and from below, that you don't accept the living conditions, no toilets and all that. You don't accept it. We have to do something on our own. And there is money there. When you look around you, what do you see? Churches are springing up. Mosques are springing out. Every 200 meters, 300 meters, there's a church springing up. Where did the money come from to build those churches? So there's money there. It's left with organization. It's left with organization to change it. And you can change it. But before that, do not be accepting of what my generation has done. You cannot expect any inspiring political and economic perspective from my generation. My generation, we are wicked, self-centered, and selfish. You can't depend on us. You have to depend on yourself. You have to depend on yourself. That is my message to you. The liberation of this country depends on you. You have to always examine your future in the present. Your future in the present. Can you sit down for your tomorrow to be your sorrow? If you are sitting down for your tomorrow to be your sorrow, then it is you. You are the problem. You have to change regimes here and reorder society in your own image, collective interest, and security. There were some people, the Rawlinses, the Chikates, the Ahoys, and others, they banded together and took over power to change the Liman regime and shape it in their own interest, self-interest. And all these years, from 1982 January to now, what do you see? What do you see? The filth that surrounds us. We don't know the value of the largest freshwater body left on this planet for us, that Nkrumah created, the Water Lake. We don't even know the value of it to us. You have to find value of it and change it. It does not make sense that gold is taken away and our land is despoiled. And that was what I talked about in 1983 and got me into trouble. Our ancestors, look up from ancient Ghana, Mali, all the way coming down here, they were mining. You heard about Mansa Musa and his trip. But did they despoil the land?
No.
Did they despoil the rivers and the water bodies? No. But my generation, we are doing it. We are supervising it. It's your responsibility to say that we will not let this happen again. We are going to organize ourselves and take this country back. It's our country. Take it from us. My generation, we have failed you. Kick us out. We don't deserve. There's no government in Ghana. It's a bunch of crooks, thieves. A government connotes a sense of care, but there's no that sense of duty of care in those manning the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And on top of it, the press and the media also have all been messed up. So society has to be reordered. And no one else can do it but you. And remember that you are a Ghanaian. A Ghanaian whose origins from ancient Ghana, from ancient Egypt. You, the African. If you did it before, you can do it. It's in your DNA. You can do it.
Thank you very much, sir, for being with us in this interview. We are very grateful for you sharing your knowledge and your wisdom with us. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, and I appreciate what you are doing. And I'm glad that you're giving me the opportunity to express myself and share whatever that I have with you, the younger generation. But the onus is on you, the younger generation, as I keep saying, it's on you. Nkrumah, their generation, they took the onus and took action and acted. So now the time is yours. The opportunity is yours. This is your time. Seize the time.
Thank you, Sia. And you're always welcome. We hope this will be the first of many such interviews. So we hope to have you again.
Thank you. I'm at your service.
Yes, and to you.
As I said at the beginning, just blank out the name Ghana, Nkrumah, Luma, all the you would think he's telling Nigerian story, but it's the same people that took power 66 in Ghana, in Nigeria. We are all groomed and trained from the same place, which is Congo. Today now Harvard, London School of Economy, Yale, and the rest. Blessed, that's the link. I don't know if you get it. Because I don't try. This don't do like almost 6 hours. So question, did you get that before I signed out? The man has spoken everything but I've been talking about anywhere. So I don't think there's anything that is said that is new to a member of this platform. If you are not a member yet, go ahead and do that. If you have not subscribed, do that so that we will be on the same trajectory to hit that in Nigeria we want. Okay. All right. Thank you to Blessed. And now you know that I don't bite, so always come on. And ciao, ciao. Have a blessed day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Everyone, like, share, and subscribe.